In the deepest embrace of the ocean, survival often means endless swimming, chasing, and a never-slackening vigilance. Yet, there is a creature that lives an almost motionless, effortless life drifting with the current in the undulating, unknown azure depths. They have no thick blubber to protect against the chill, nor sharp teeth for hunting, yet within the ever-changing tapestry of nature, they live out the most serene and gentle existence. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the manatee, uses his lifelong slow pace to weave a deep-water dreamscape that coaxes all defenses to drop amidst the warm, shallow seagrass beds. In this world, sleep for most living beings usually requires finding a sturdy shelter, but for him, the entire warm ocean is his bed. His most wondrous talent is the ability to fall into a deep slumber with his eyes closed in the warm waters, while relying on an ancient instinct deep within his body to slowly and involuntarily float to the surface to breathe. It is a near-perfect, weightless state of floating, where the entire body is as relaxed as an ancient log steeped in the sea for thousands of years. Once his lungs are filled with the cool air of the deep night, he leisurely sinks back down to the seagrass bed dyed silver blue by the moonlight, continuing his unfinished dream. The water ripples outward ring by ring in the darkness, carrying away the weariness of the day, while the deep water overture belonging to the manatee slowly draws its curtain to the breath of the tide. The journey of life in the ocean is often depicted as a brutal contest of speed and power. Yet the manatee's night, from the very beginning, drifts outside this cruel law, revealing an anomalous tranquility. When night fully cloaks the mangroves and shallow bays of Florida, the surrounding water temperature begins to drop bit by bit. For a manatee without thick whale blubber, a water temperature below 20 degrees Celsius is a fatal fracture of fate, causing his body to gradually lose warmth and slide toward exhaustion. Yet, facing this inherent vulnerability, he does not choose to undertake long, intense transoceanic migrations like other marine mammals. On nights when a cold snap arrives, he always sluggishly propels his broad, fan-like caudal fin, and guided by an extreme sensitivity to warmth, swims toward inland freshwater spring vents or the warm water discharge zones of power plants. In those narrow yet temperate waters, hundreds of manatees gather silently together. Their broad, thick bodies brush gently against one another, huddling tightly in the dim depths, free from the territorial biting of combat or restless swimming. They simply suspend themselves quietly in the faint light refracted by the hot springs, letting the warm currents caress the tiny bristles on their skin. This choice of a haven, though limiting their potential to venture into the broader ocean, allows them to find the gentlest sanctuary of survival under the duress of bitter cold. If you dive into these warm depths in the dead of the quietest night, you will witness a sight that instantly dissolves all anxiety. That massive, rough-skinned, gray-brown manatee is suspended in the mid-water a few meters above the seabed in a state of absolute relaxation. His eyes are tightly shut, his two short forelimbs hang helplessly at his sides, and his entire rounded torso sways with the faintest rhythm of the moving currents. He has entered a deep sleep, a state in which his brain completely relaxes and his heart rate drops to an extremely low level of just a few beats per minute, yet the ocean does not cease its motion for his peaceful slumber, owing to gas changes within his body. Approximately every 10 to 15 minutes, his form begins to undergo a quiet shift. Guided by no conscious control whatsoever, his caudal fin instinctively and infinitesimally strokes up and down, generating a gentle, uplifting force. Like an ancient balloon filled with air rising slowly through the water, his broad back begins to close in on the shimmering surface. The moonlight in the night sky filters through the water membrane, tenderly carving silver textures onto his gray spine. In this slow, ascending journey, every single one of his cells exudes a pure relaxation that refuses to fight the world. This sensation of floating is nature's most perfect white noise for the soul, stripping time entirely of its urge to hurry. When the manatee's nostrils finally breached the sea surface, his originally sealed nostrils, equipped with special valvular folds of skin, opened smoothly. A deep, long, and exceptionally steady sound of exhalation quietly breaks over the vast and silent night sea, followed by a greedy yet quiet inhalation. This process is incredibly brief, failing to startle even the nocturnal birds resting near the water's surface. Immediately after, the folds of skin seal tight once more without a single gap, locking the outside air securely in the depths of his lungs. His body, now satiated with air, shifts its specific gravity again, and he begins to leisurely retreat into the deep blue depths, like a falling leaf descending on a windless autumn day. Throughout this entire cycle of falling asleep, ascending, breathing, and sinking back down, he never once truly opens his eyes from beginning to end. This perfect fusion of instinct and slumber is an ancient wisdom distilled over tens of millions of years. In the human world, we often must maintain absolute vigilance to keep life running, to the point where even our breathing becomes hurried and heavy. Yet the manatee showcases an ultimate trust through his posture, trust that the current will gently lift him up, and trust that instinct will safely guide him home. This complete surrender and submission to his surroundings grants him an inner peace that no storm in the volatile sea can ever strip away. Beyond his magical sleep, the reason the manatee was mistaken for the mysterious mermaid by countless seafarers over the long centuries stems even more from the exquisite, human-like affection shared between mother and calf. For a long time in the past, lonely sailors under the hazy moonlight would often spot a mother manatee cradling her calf with her forelimbs, half floating on the water's surface to nurse. That warm tenderness radiating within the immense, lonely ocean once soothed many a traveler's parched soul. A mother manatee's care for her child is exceedingly prolonged and infinitely patient. They spend 2 to 3 years accompanying their offspring every step of the way. On days when the wind and waves pick up slightly, the mother uses her own massive body to block the windward side, carving out a tiny, absolutely tranquil harbor for the little calf who is not yet proficient at swimming. From time to time in the depths, she calls out to her child with gentle, high-pitched chirps and squeaks unheard by humans, a frequency incredibly low, yet brimming with comforting power. The calf, in turn, nudges its smooth little head against the mother's rough muzzle, rolling around light-heartedly in waters thick with maternal love. This long-lasting companionship, entirely free from any utilitarian motive, is the true secret behind the manatee family's survival in the freezing ocean to this day. They seek no expansion of territory, nor do they calculate the abundance of food. They pour all their gentleness into the quiet, simple grace of life beneath the waves. Yet in this shallow ocean home where they have dwelt for millennia, the gears of time have begun to spin violently over the past few centuries, confronting the manatee with an unprecedented crisis of survival. With the relentless increase of fishing vessels and sightseeing speedboats, the once placid bays have been ruthlessly torn apart by the sharp scream of motors. The manatee's sluggish swimming speed and his habit of basking near the surface to breathe make him an unavoidable casualty beneath fast-spinning propellers. The backs of countless adult manatees bear deep, heavy scars inflicted by cutting hulls, mottled white tracks clearly visible against their gray-brown skin, standing as agonizing marks of the modern era forced upon them. Faced with these lethal iron beasts, the manatee has evolved no offensive weapons, nor can he even accelerate his escape. When danger strikes, his sole choice remains to silently sink lower into the seagrass beds, enduring the crude destruction of this world with a near-stoic silence. This extreme misunderstanding and injustice inflicts a quiet ache upon anyone who comes to know them. Yet marvelously, despite these traumas, when gentle divers approach them in protected sanctuaries, they still swim over leisurely, gazing at humans with their small, trusting eyes, and even allowing people to softly stroke their thick, honest heads. This goodness, which chooses forgiveness and trust despite enduring such hardship, causes this rugged life to radiate a near-sacred brilliance in the azure depths. The tide begins to recede slowly, and the mangrove roots of the Florida Bay interlace under the moonlight like an ancient fence woven by nature's own hands. The deep ocean far away sends the muffled sound of waves crashing against reefs, but within this protected, calm inner bay, the manatee and his companions have fully immersed themselves in their midnight dreamland. His colossal frame rises gently once more through the warm current, his nostrils precisely breaching the surface to release a soft, sighing breath before soundlessly slipping back into the deep, profound blue. At the beginning of our story, we marveled at the paradox of his drifting survival, but now, we witness the purest compassion and open-mindedness within this life. He has no agile movements, no soaring songs, yet with a body like a floating log, he holds the most ultimate gentleness and relaxation of the ocean. This story of deep-water companionship has quietly reached its end, just like the lush seagrass swaying gently with the ocean currents on the seabed, softly brushing against your soul. The night is very deep now, and the faint glow of the shallow sea will watch over you until the first light of dawn. In this safe harbor, you no longer need to fight any waves, nor do you need to ponder complex problems. Please let your body relax just like the manatee, shedding all your weight, and in this warm, loose ambience, gently drift with the echo of the story toward the deepest, most peaceful dreamland. Good night. Upon the desolate salt flats where life is near extinct, the Creator often reclaims all tenderness, leaving only a cruel essence capable of swallowing everything. The lake water there is crystalline yet intensely toxic. High concentrations of saline and alkaline compounds can easily corrode the toughest leather, and the steaming air hangs heavy with the pungent scent of sulfur. Yet, within this forbidden zone where even wild birds refuse to alight, there resides a silhouette as brilliant as wildfire. With a near miraculous elegance, they transform this lake of death into their own gentle haven. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the flamingo, passes each long night in the place furthest removed from comfort, practicing an anomalous relaxation and an extremely restrained sleep. In this clamorous world, seeking a secure stretch of land is often a basic instinct for survival, but for him, the deep, toxic waters constitute nature's safest sanctuary. His legs are as slender as silk threads, borne covered in a layer of hard scales resistant to harsh alkaline corrosion, a pair of destined feet crafted specifically to stand amidst peril. Whenever night fully descends and the rippling lake surface is dyed a serene silver blue by the moon, he elegantly tucks away one foot, supporting his large frame solely upon a single delicate leg. He closes his eyes, gently folding that long, swan-like neck, and properly hides his heavy beak within the plush pink plumage of his back. It is a posture that can instantly dissolve all anxiety in whoever beholds it, free from any swaying, devoid of the slightest strain. The entire bird remains motionless in the center of the water, as if fused with heaven and earth. The wind whimpers low on the distant salt flats, while the weightless dreamscape belonging to the flamingo quietly unfolds amidst this swaying light. The dark night of the toxic red lake never follows the laws of the outside world. When the piercing glare of day retreats below the horizon, the water begins to exude a cold and eerie faint glow. For the flamingo keeping solitary vigil over this wilderness, every single night is a prolonged spiritual practice of balance and concealment. His feathers, dyed an intense pink by unique pigments, are the most conspicuous flame across the plains by day, but by night, they transform into a bizarre protective coloration, blending perfectly with the shimmering light of the lake. Yet beneath this ultimate elegance sits an inescapable natural compression. The nocturnal temperatures of the high-altitude alkaline lake plummet below freezing in just a few short hours. As icy gales begin to rage across the treeless lake surface, the freezing water cuts like needles against his exposed legs, attempting to strip away the final shred of warmth from his body. Facing this inherent severity, the flamingo does not choose to frequently flap his wings by the shore like other waterfowl, for lethal predators lie in ambush within the coastal shrubs. His destiny dictates that he must remain in the water, in the deepest, most dangerous, yet safest heart of the lake, to confront this freezing siege alone. This dilemma becomes the first fracture in his fate, making his nights long and fraught with restraint. He must learn to maintain absolute stillness in the cold, because every redundant movement accelerates the loss of heat, sliding life into an irrecoverable crisis. The breeze passes through his layered coverts with a soft, gentle rustling sound, while he stands frozen in the dark current like a pink stone sculpture, quiet without a single breath of sound. It is precisely this uncompromisable dilemma of survival that has forced the flamingo over the long centuries to evolve a sleep mechanism that astounds modern science. Since he cannot lie down, nor leave these freezing, toxic waters, he has borrowed a lock from his own body, a biological lock capable of shutting out gravity and exhaustion. When he slowly pulls up one leg, tucking it tightly beneath the warm feathers of his belly, the joint of the standing leg automatically slips into a wondrous state of mechanical locking under the downward pressure of his body weight. This locking requires no muscular power from his leg at all, much like an architect finding the single perfect keystone while building an arched bridge. This means that the single-legged stance, which appears immensely tiring to humans, is instead the body's most relaxed and energy-efficient natural posture for him. He can completely shut down the vast majority of his consciousness in this state, allowing his soul to drop into the deepest, sweetest slumber. The lake ripples gently under the night wind, and tiny waves lap ring by ring against his slender ankle, producing a regular, faint rocking sensation. This swaying does not disrupt his balance, rather, it acts like a colossal, azure cradle, tenderly rocking his dreamscape beneath the stars. Throughout this precious sleep, his beak, worn ragged from filtering algae by day, gains total rest, and his bodily metabolism is lowered to a perfect state of stillness. This is an ancient survival wisdom, refusing to fight gravity, refusing to clash with the environment, but simply utilizing the ingenuity of the body to fulfill his most stable night. There is another secret in the flamingo's life that is misunderstood by almost everyone, that is the stark, pale truth behind the color of their feathers. In the camera lenses of countless travelers, the flamingo is the definition of passion and romance, its brilliant pink wings intoxicating all who see them. Yet few know that this beautiful coloration is not an inherent pattern born of nature, but stems from the only food they can forage within these toxic waters, microalgae and brine shrimp rich in carotenoids. They are born merely as grayish-white, even somewhat homely chicks. To acquire this gown of fire, they must spend a lifetime swallowing these corrosive, toxic waters. It is a poignant life paradox of trading pain for beauty, and each step of their journey in turning toxin into splendor is exceptionally heavy. Crueler still, this beauty is not permanent. Whenever the breeding season concludes and a mother bird has exhausted every shred of nourishment to rear her offspring, her originally radiant plumage fades entirely within a few short days, turning into a dry, sickly white-gray. That paleness is the scar of a life completely drained, appearing utterly discordant within the bustling flock, even drawing cold neglect from companions. When a faded flamingo stands alone at the edge of the ruined lake, watching its companions still flashing pink under the moon, that isolation of being stripped by instinct and time carries a piercing sense of destiny. It must silently lower its head once more, searching anew for those minute pigments in the muddy, toxic waters, utilizing a supreme, cloistered restraint to await the rekindling of the flames. This containment and restraint of the flamingo is not only manifested in their journey of self-healing, but runs deeply through their immensely grand yet orderly communal relations. Upon the barren alkaline lake, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of flamingos gather together, forming an endless pink ocean. In human imagination, such a massive collective must inevitably be accompanied by ceaseless conflict, noise, and chaos, yet the true flamingo colony possesses a near-sacred midnight order. When the midnight moon rises to the zenith, the flock, which danced frantically and sang aloud for courtship by day, falls silent all at once, as if receiving a wordless command. Hundreds of thousands of living beings turn their heads in unison, hiding their beaks within their wings, forming loose yet never overlapping lines across several square kilometers of water. They maintain precise distances of mere centimeters between one another, capable of blocking portions of the freezing gale with their bodies while ensuring they never disrupt a neighbor's balance due to overproximity. If, in the deep of the night, a single flamingo on the outer perimeter detects the movement of a lurking predator, it does not explode into a panicked shriek, but releases a low, hoarse, short call. This sound travels rapidly across the water surface at a faint frequency unnoticeable to humans. Hundreds of thousands of flamingos, with their eyes closed in slumber, will instinctively take a synchronized step sideways toward safety. That movement is so seamless that not a single bird falls, not a single splash is thrown, like a massive pink carpet silently shifting beneath the moon. This trust that completely integrates individual destiny into communal order is their true ultimate card for flourishing over millennia upon the ruins, serene, hidden in dust, yet flawless. Yet at the edge of this pink sanctuary preserved for millennia, the colossal shadow of modern industrial civilization has begun to spread ruthlessly over recent decades, confronting the flamingo with its most severe crisis of survival. Because the alkaline lakes are rich in rare minerals and industrial raw materials, those originally uninhabited, toxic ruins have seen the erection of massive extraction factories and networks of asphalt highways. The scream of heavy machinery ruthlessly tears through the stillness of the wilderness, and the unregulated discharge of industrial wastewater has brought a catastrophic shift to the delicate composition of the lake water. In certain most heartbreaking turnings of fate, when the drought brought by the monsoons combines with the excessive water pumping of the factories, the originally vast red lake can dry up into a cracked, white salt crust in just a few short months. The flamingo family, deprived of its deep water sanctuary, wakes up one morning to face a harsh reality: their home has turned into an unreachable, hardened desert. The chicks, still unable to endure long-distance flight, have their tender feet cut mercilessly by the dry salt crystals, helplessly beating their unfeathered wings under the scorching sun, while the adults can only release mournful cries, circling loop after loop above the dry lake bed. Facing this epical upheaval where their home is uprooted, the flamingos exhibit no redundant fury or counterattack. they merely assemble in silence through the night with a near-haughty endurance. Guided by the memories of the elders, they unfold those black flight feathers hidden beneath the pink plumage, forming a massive V-shape in the thin night air, embarking on an arduous migration toward the next distant, unknown toxic lake. That night flight spanning hundreds of kilometers is an ultimate strain upon physical strength and will. Countless elderly souls exhaust their final lights along the way, falling soundlessly into the shadows of the earth, while the remaining flock maintains its restrained pace, flying resolutely toward the final source of hope. The night has deepened to the absolute utmost, and the waters of Lake Natron have slowly smoothed all ripples under the pull of the moon, the entire red surface as tranquil as a colossal, unpolished ruby. The dazzling Milky Way hangs unreservedly above the flamingo flock like a stationary river flowing with stardust, its light falling upon their pink feathers to reflect a near dreamlike, soft pale violet. By now, he has completely immersed himself in tonight's deepest slumber. That long leg which stood for hours is lowered back down in his sleep with extreme slowness and smoothness, replaced by the other warm foot gently stepping into the water, completing this effortless midnight exchange. At the beginning of our story, we sought to explore the eternal paradox of why he chose toxic ruins as his home, but now, we witness within this life the most ultimate freedom from contention and vital resilience. Although nature granted him the most lethal backdrop of survival and a heavy destiny of trading pain for beauty, it also gave him the perfect wisdom of balance and a noble soul that dances upon ruins. What he leaves to this desolate earth is never the clamor of conquest, but a flame that keeps burning amidst extinction, and a composure that remains unswayed before the storm. This story of shimmering light and feathered wings has quietly reached its end, just like the breeze that blew along the shore all night, finally slowing its steps at the edge of the mangroves. The world has quieted down completely, and the night of the toxic lake will watch over you with its gentlest boundary of safety. You do not need to undergo his long migration, nor endure that fated isolation. At this very moment, you need only relax every single ounce of gravity from your body, just like that flamingo standing beneath the starlight. Close your eyes, and let all your thoughts land softly within this shimmering tranquility, sinking together with the dimming glow of the hearth into the deepest, sweetest dreamland. Good night. In the freezing highlands where life cannot easily set foot, survival often means endless running and vigilance. Yet, there is a creature that lives an almost motionless, relaxed life on the misty cliffs and wilderness where the air is thin and storms rage. They possess neither sharp claws nor powerful bodies, yet within the harshest laws of nature, they live out the most gentle and serene existence. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the alpaca, uses his lifelong gentleness and slow pace to weave the most comforting dreams upon the desolate land. The wind blows low outside the window, carrying away the weariness and clamor of the day. Meanwhile, the night on the highlands is drawing its quiet curtain. On the starlit pasture, he stands there silently, as if waiting for every tired soul to enter that pure world free from distraction. In those clear, somewhat vacant eyes, there is no anxiety, no panic, only a deep tranquility that has looked through the wind and frost. This is not a journey full of legends and adventures, but a record of a life gently reconciling with loneliness and bitter cold. The night in the Andes always arrives loftier and colder than anywhere else. As the last ray of the setting sun is swallowed by the icebound mountains, a piercing chill begins to permeate the thin air. Here, the great wind is a frequent guest of the night, howling through the treeless wilderness, stripping away the last remaining warmth of the earth's surface. At this moment, the alpaca stands beside a massive rock, his long wool fluttering slightly in the wind, yet his eyes remain as calm as water. His entire life seems to be spent in the company of this extreme cold. But he never resists, nor does he ever try to escape. He simply wraps himself gently with his thick, almost luxurious fleece. Those dense, soft fibers are the longest-lasting armor nature has bestowed upon him, locking in every precious degree of body temperature. At this moment, the alpaca stands beside a massive rock, his long wool fluttering slightly in the wind, yet his eyes remain as calm as water. His entire life seems to be spent in the company of this extreme cold. But he never resists, nor does he ever try to escape. He simply wraps himself gently with his thick, almost luxurious fleece. Those dense, soft fibers are the longest-lasting armor nature has bestowed upon him, locking in every precious degree of body temperature. when the storm is at its fiercest, he chooses to huddle close with his companions, using their bodies to build a warm barrier against the wind. They lean against one another, without fighting, without complaining, quietly sharing the weight of the gale. In this long, silent companionship, the coldness of the wilderness seems to be gradually melted by this warmth, becoming no longer so formidable. If you listen closely in the dead of the silent night, you will hear a deeply regular and healing sound rising and falling across the empty pasture. It is the sound of the alpaca chewing its cud, faint, slow, and carrying a wondrous rhythm. During the day, he silently grazes on the dry grass stalks growing from the rocky crevices, and at night, this food is savored once again in detail through the long process of rumination. This physiological habit, which might seem tedious to humans, is the most stable ritual of the day for the alpaca. His jaw moves left and right at an almost hypnotic frequency, and each chew feels like the gentlest measurement of time. This sound is amplified in the quiet night, gradually turning into a beautiful white noise that soothes all the restlessness brought by the cold on the wild plains. Life here has been turned down to the slowest gear. There are no hurried breaths, no panicked flights. In this way, he tells the surrounding world that even the lowest blade of grass deserves to be treated gently for an entire night. Listening to this sound, you will feel the flow of time slow down, and the anxieties and restlessness of the day dissolve and settle bit by bit with this steady rhythm. This is a survival wisdom inherited from ancient times, and a natural magic that brings peace to the soul. As the first dawn breaks and the highland sunlight pierces through the thin clouds, spilling unreservedly onto the golden pasture, a new day begins. Yet, the alpaca's morning shows no signs of busyness. His favorite thing to do is to lie on his side in groups on the sun-drenched slopes. The sunlight hits their fluffy wool, reflecting a warm halo. From a distance, they look like soft clouds that have fallen into the mortal world. He rests his long neck close to the ground, his limbs stretched out comfortably, letting the sunshine warm his belly completely. At moments like this, his slightly dorky face always carries an indescribable docility and relaxation. This sense of ease is so pure that any living being witnessing this scene would involuntarily slow down their steps and let down all defenses in their hearts. In this world, we are always urged to move forward, demanded to be strong, yet we forget how to be like him, simply lying quietly under the sun, feeling the flow of warmth. He does not ponder whether tomorrow's storm will be fiercer, nor does he worry about when the winter snow will melt. For him, every single ray of sunlight falling upon his body at this very moment is the entire meaning of life. This complete trust in the present allows him to always possess a sanctuary of peace amidst the unpredictable highlands. In the ecological hierarchy of the highlands, the alpaca is not a powerhouse, but he possesses a unique, non-aggressive philosophy of survival. His footsteps are incredibly light because he has soft pads on his hooves. Walking across the pasture, he causes almost no harm to the fragile highland vegetation. When he grazes, he only gently bites off the tips of the grass, leaving the roots so they can continue to grow in the next spring. This gentleness and restraint toward his home is the kindness in his bones, and a silent covenant he has made with this land. When interacting with other animals, he always maintains a perfect distance, neither intrusive nor overly detached. When a small bird alights on his back to preen its feathers, he stands perfectly still, not moving an inch, for fear of startling the visitor from afar. Through his existence, he demonstrates a possibility to the world. Strength does not necessarily mean conquest and possession. Sometimes, gentleness is the most resilient power. Over the long course of time, countless fierce beasts have perished on this land, while the gentle alpaca has always thrived and flourished here. He uses his life to prove that in a world that often appears harsh, living gently is, in itself, a magnificent victory. His every gaze, his every movement, is like a wordless hymn written for nature. The night grows deeper, and the starry sky of the Andes is so dazzling it brings tears to one's eyes. The Milky Way spans across the pitch-black night sky like a flowing river of silver. The distant wind gradually dies down, and the entire wilderness enters the deepest slumber. By now, the alpaca, along with his family members, lies quietly in the sheltered valley. He rests his head gently against the warm flank of a companion, his eyes softly closed, his breathing becoming calm and long. The nighttime chewing sound gradually fades, merging into the boundless starlight and tranquility. What he truly leaves to this land is not some earth-shattering footprints, but a warmth that remains tender in the cold, and a composure that stays unaltered before the storm. This story does not require you to deliberately memorize its every detail. just let this peace from the highlands flow into your heart. The world has quieted down, and all the rushing and toil can be safely set down at this moment. May you, just like the alpaca lying under the starlight right now, have a night wrapped in gentleness, free from fear, free from burden. Close your eyes, and let your body and mind slowly sink into the sweetest, most peaceful dreamland amidst this relaxation and warmth. Good night. At the edge of the vast earth, some lives seem born with a perspective that looks down upon the mortal world. They possess elegant and long necks, allowing them to easily reach treetops unreachable by others, yet because of this, they bear a certain unspoken weight of life. When night fully cloaks this ancient savanna and all clamor fades into the soil, they still stand quietly in the wind, like solitary sentinels. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the giraffe, passes each long night in the place closest to the sky, using a near-cruel wakefulness and an extremely restrained sleep. In this world, sleep is an unconditional reward for most living beings, but for him, it is a game of precise calculation, even using life as collateral. He only allows himself a few minutes of deep sleep each day, a span of time so brief it makes one's heart ache. And in those precious few minutes, he gently folds back that seemingly proud long neck, resting his head softly and properly against his own back. It is a posture that, once seen, is hard to forget. It looks both like an exhausted compromise and a deep embrace of self-comfort. The wind whimpers low on the distant horizon, while the high-altitude dreamscape belonging to the giraffe quietly unfolds beneath this silent starlight. The dark night of the savanna is never truly calm, danger always lurks within those unseen shadows. For a giraffe standing several meters tall, this height is an unparalleled advantage by day, but by night, it becomes a massive target that cannot be hidden. Even more fatal is that his 2-meter-long neck makes his every standing up and lying down incredibly slow and difficult. Once a predator is encountered while lying down, a few short seconds of sluggishness are enough to rewrite the ending of life. That is why a deep vigilance toward the earth flows in his bones, and he is born rarely choosing to truly lie down. This instinctive resistance for survival becomes the first fracture in his destiny, splitting his night into countless fragmented and awake moments. While the surrounding zebras and antelopes close their eyes and sink into dreamland, he still needs to straighten his back and maintain a standing posture. His eyes gleam with faint light in the darkness, always watching for the slightest rustle in the grass. This prolonged standing is not because he is not tired, but because for life, staying awake is the only chip for survival. During the long hours of standing, the breeze passes through his mottled coat, carrying away his body warmth, but also bringing messages of danger or peace from afar. It is precisely this destiny of being unable to sleep peacefully that has forced the giraffe to evolve a highly unique, even fantastical way of sleeping. Since he cannot lie down for long, he has learned to steal scattered, crumb-like dreams in the intervals of standing. He often chooses a tall acacia tree to lean against during the quietest moments of the deep night. Then, that long neck accustomed to being held high slowly relaxes, carving a very gentle arc. He turns his head backward, carefully resting it on his back or thigh, just like a tired child who has finally found the most comforting pillow. Sleep in this posture usually lasts only 2 to 3 minutes each time, or even shorter. In human perception, 2 minutes is but an exchange of a few breaths, but for the giraffe, this is already the greatest tolerance the night grants him. In these 2 minutes, his brain quickly falls into deep sleep, his body muscles relax for a moment, and he may even have extremely short dreams about treetops and breezes. Then, the alarm of instinct wakes him right on time, and he raises his head again, turning back into that vigilant, lonely sentry. This continually repeating night woven from countless 2-minute blocks is his unique rhythm of life, restrained yet full of poetry. Aside from an extremely brief sleep, there is another secret in the giraffe's life that is misunderstood by almost everyone, that is his near-absolute silence. On the noisy savanna, lions roar, elephants trumpet, and even seemingly gentle antelopes snort in warning. Only the giraffe remains completely noiseless, whether at the moment of encountering danger or in times of grief over losing a companion. In the past, people once thought he was a natural mute, believing nature had forgotten to endow his throat with the power of vocalization, but true science reveals a deeper truth: he has functional vocal cords. it is just that his trachea is too long and the distance between his chest and throat is too far, requiring immense airflow and physical effort to make a sound. More importantly, on this land fraught with peril, sound often exposes one's location, bringing devastating disaster. Thus, in the long river of evolution, he voluntarily surrendered the right to vocalize, pressing all emotions deep into his chest. He uses infrasound, at frequencies too low for humans to hear, to communicate gently with distant companions under the silent night sky. That sound vibrates slowly in the air, skimming over the tips of the grass, crossing distances of several kilometers, caught only by companions who are equally lonely. This silence is not inability, but a high level of restraint, his gentlest resistance against this noisy world. This squeezing of destiny brought by body structure is not only reflected in sleep and sound, but even his most basic drinking of water turns into an adventure full of a sense of ritual. Although the giraffe's neck is very long, when he stands straight, his head still cannot reach the water source on the ground. Whenever he comes to a waterhole, he must spread his two long front legs wide to the sides of his body, striking a posture that is somewhat awkward or even comical, to painstakingly lower his head to the water's surface. In this posture, his center of gravity drops to the lowest point, and his body's defenses completely collapse. If a crocodile or a lion suddenly launches an ambush at this moment, he has almost no chance of resisting. Therefore, every time he lowers his head to drink, it is a grand gamble against fate for the giraffe. He always hesitates by the water for a long time, constantly looking up and around, confirming there is not a shred of movement in the wind before slowly lowering that proud head. The water reflects his clear eyes and his pair of small horns. He sucks the sweet spring water at top speed, then quickly straightens his body, regaining the height that commands the whole situation. The price of this drinking makes him cherish every drop of nectar in life even more, and makes him always maintain a complex emotion of both longing and awe toward the earth. His life finds a subtle and fragile balance between the wind in the high sky and the water on the ground. As autumn goes and spring comes, and the drought and lushness of the savanna alternate, the giraffe also builds a highly cohesive family tension within this high degree of restraint. Although they do not have a strong sense of territory, the bond between companions appears exceptionally resilient in silence. During the day, they maintain a distance of several hundred meters, scattering near different tree canopies to feed, using their height to act as distant lookout towers for one another. And at dusk, they tacitly move toward the same direction, finally forming a loose yet mutually supportive circle as night falls. In this circle, the older giraffes voluntarily stand on the outer perimeter, leaving the safest and least windy center position for the young offspring. When calves, exhausted, have to truly lie down on the grass to sleep deeply, the adult giraffes stand around them like towering banners, guarding them wordlessly. They use their height and wakefulness to build an invisible, mobile safe haven for the next generation. In this silent vigil, there is no passionate verbal expression like in human society, yet there is a responsibility and affection that transcends language. Through the long nights, because of these slender figures looking out for each other, the desolate savanna becomes less frightening and helpless. The night has deepened to the utmost, and the wind on the savanna begins to turn gentle, softly brushing the tiny leaves of the acacia trees. The dazzling Milky Way, like a white veil, quietly spreads over the giraffe's head. Those stars seem so close to him, as if he could touch them just by raising his head. At this moment, he once again slowly bends his long neck, resting his head gently against his back, beginning another precious 2-minute dreamscape for tonight. In the introduction, we once marveled at his cruel destiny of sleeping only a few minutes a day, but now we understand that it is precisely this extreme restraint that achieves his unparalleled elegance and resilience. Although nature stripped away his right to sleep peacefully for long periods and deprived his throat of shouting out loud, it gave him the broadest horizon and the soul closest to the starry sky. What he leaves to this earth is never extortion and conquest, but a posture of gentle reconciliation with destiny. This story has reached its end, just like the giraffe's brief dream, falling softly into the night of the savanna. The world has quieted down completely, and those distant starlight will watch over you in his stead. You do not need to stay vigilant like him. There is no danger of the night here, only warmth and absolute safety. Set down all your thoughts peacefully, and just like that giraffe resting on his own back, let your soul slowly sink into the deepest, most tranquil dreamland under the brushing of the high sky breeze. Good night. At the roof of the world, upon the freezing cliffs far beyond the easy reach of human eyes, life is stripped of all adornment, leaving only its purest essence. There are no lush forests, no flowing streams, only eternal glaciers and a desolate wind that forever howls through the stone crevices. Within this seemingly lifeless world of silver and white, a proud and ethereal soul is concealed, walking soundlessly between loose rocks and accumulated snow, like a guardian spirit conjured by the mountains themselves. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the snow leopard, passes each long night in the place furthest from prosperity, using a near-cruel clarity and an extremely gentle certainty. In this clamorous world, bustling activity is often the norm for survival, but for him, solitude is nature's deepest bestowal. His lungs are born adapted to the thin air high upon the mountains, a fatal lock of destiny that would bring suffocation should he ever descend to the valleys. Yet he never resists this fate of being confined to the high altitudes. He simply lies quietly on the moonlit stone cliff as night falls, overlooking the boundless mortal world beneath him. When the cold wind at the mountain peaks begins to bite, he makes an exceptionally tender gesture. He slowly pulls over his massive, fluffy tail, which is nearly equal to his body length, and properly wraps it around his face. It is a posture that can instantly calm anyone who witnesses it. The thick, long tail not only locks in the remaining warmth of his breath but acts like a plush wall, insulating him from all external blizzards and disruptions. The stars in the night sky gleam with a ghostly blue light reflected by the glaciers, and the solitary dreamscape belonging to the snow leopard quietly unfolds within this absolute silence. The night in the mountains always arrives with exceptional abruptness. As the golden sunset fades from the final peak, the cold surges forth like a tide from the stone crevices in all directions. For the snow leopard living alone above the snowline, every single night is a spiritual practice to be faced entirely on his own. His silver-gray coat, adorned with black rosette patterns, is a perfect camouflage gained after thousands of years of tempering by wind and snow, allowing him to blend tracelessly into this wasteland of jagged crags. Yet this ultimate concealment bears an unavoidable, absolute loneliness at its back. In the life sequence of the snow leopard, there are no gatherings in large numbers, nor any dawn-to-dusk companionship. From the day he leaves his mother, 1 kilometer after another of desolate mountain ridges becomes his sole traveling companion. This ultimate endurance of solitude becomes the first fracture in his destiny, rendering his nights long and without end. When a storm tears through the clouds in the night sky, letting out a thunderous roar, he can only find a protruding rock on his own, pressing his body tightly against the hard stone wall. The rock is freezing, the wind is piercing, yet there is not a shred of panic in his emerald eyes, only a near-detached composure. He waits for the storm to pass, waits for the night to return to stillness. This prolonged endurance is not because he is dull, but because upon this land, impulsiveness means destruction, and tranquility is the sole card for survival. The breeze brushes past his wide paws, whose thick pads make no sound at all among the loose stones, as if he himself were a stubborn crag within these mountains, insensate yet indestructible. It is precisely this destiny that cannot be shared with his kind that has forced the snow leopard over the long years to learn a profoundly poetic way to care for his own weariness. Since he cannot alter the severity of the wind and snow, he learns to find a warm haven within his own body. In the deepest, coldest hours of the night, when even the air seems to solidify, he comes to the familiar stone cave that serves as his only home among the mountains. He slowly settles his body down, tucking his limbs beneath his chest, and then that thick, plush tail, which accounts for the greater part of his weight, begins to move elegantly. He gently draws the tip of his tail to his nose, following the contours of his face, burying his entire countenance into that thick, soft layer of fur. The hair upon his tail is dense and warm, and as his breath pats against it, a tiny microclimate belonging entirely to him is formed. Within this world circled by his tail, there is no cutting wind to tear his skin, no freezing cold from scraping rocks, only his most familiar temperature and even breaths. This wondrous physiological mechanism is not merely a tool against the cold for the snow leopard, but rather a spiritual ritual, allowing him to gain a fleeting sense of security upon this desolate cliff. Listening to his muffled, rhythmic breathing filtering through the fur, the restlessness of the entire mountain range seems to subside along with it. Life has found its most introverted expression here, seeking not a single shred of warmth from the outside world, but simply using its own body to fulfill its own safe sleep. This is a self-healing wisdom derived from ancient times, and the most dignified, gentle reconciliation a solitary being can make when facing nature. Beyond this comforting sleeping posture, the snow leopard's movement and hunting among the mountains similarly reveal a high level of restraint and elegance. The scree slopes high above are exceptionally steep and unstable. The slightest careless step could trigger a thunderous rockslide, thereby exposing his presence. Thus, he evolved the most perfect balancing organ in the natural world, that thick, long tail, which sways gently in the air like a helicopter's rotor when he leaps between sheer cliffs, helping him precisely correct every single deviation of his center of gravity. Each time he vaults across a chasm several meters wide, he appears so light and soundless, like a gray feather cradled by the wind, landing firmly upon a ledge barely large enough for his feet. This elegance walked upon the brink of life and death is the pride in his bones, and a tacit understanding born of his long observation of this treacherous terrain that he never hunts blindly. More often, he sits at the highest point of a formation known as the Moonlit Cliff, quietly overlooking the movements of the blue sheep in the valley below. He can maintain a single posture, sitting silently for hours, letting the falling snow pile high upon his head and shoulders, turning him into a true snow sculpture. That prolonged stillness carries a spellbound magic, as if even the flow of time has stagnated around him. With this ultimate patience and restraint, he writes a wordless hymn of survival and mechanics at the perilous edge of the high skies. When he finally takes a step into the dark night, that fleeting silhouette is not for conquest, but solely to sustain his dignified life in this freezing world. This restraint of the snow leopard is even more deeply manifested within their exceptionally rare communication and relational tension. In their vast territories, two snow leopards may never see each other more than a few times in a lifetime, yet they maintain a mutual understanding across the mountains through a highly respectful, silent language. He will leave his claw marks upon the rocks or gently rub his face against protruding stone corners, leaving a scent mark completely unique to himself. These markings can persist for months in the freezing air. When another solitary wanderer passes by, he needs only to lower his head slightly to sniff and read the message left by his predecessor. Someone has been here, and this place is filled with peace. Through this method, they build an invisible bridge of communication across the glaciers, maintaining absolute respect for each other's territory while gaining a sliver of solace in their icy solitude from the existence of their kind. And only in the early spring of each year, when the ice and snow show a faint sign of thawing, does the quiet valley occasionally echo with the snow leopard's slightly hoarse, long, and ethereal call. It is not a ferocious roar, but a gentle long howl filled with searching and testing, reverberating tier upon tier through the empty mountains, piercing deep canyons, and drifting toward the distant heavens. Those are rare moments in their lives when they express longing to the outside world. Each long howl is like a wordless love poem written for this lonely wilderness, restrained, deep, yet carrying a shred of fatalistic sorrow. When a response echoes faintly from another mountain peak, the two solitary souls slowly draw closer in the night, completing the most vital yet briefest intersection of their lives, before turning away once more to vanish back into their respective solitudes. With the turning of the eras, even this paradise soaring into the clouds has begun to feel the inevitable squeeze and intrusion of the low-altitude human world. The slow warming of the global climate causes the originally stable snowline to retreat higher year by year, while the degradation of the pastures below forces herders and their flocks to migrate to higher, steeper slopes. This invisible pressure ruthlessly shatters the ancient covenant preserved between the snow leopard and this land for thousands of years. When livestock occupy the territory that originally belonged to the wild blue sheep, the starved snow leopard, through countless blizzard-ridden nights, is forced to face a difficult and painful choice, whether to continue enduring hunger among the barren scree, or to risk moving toward the human pens glowing with faint lantern light that in certain most agonizing moments of fate. When he is trapped within a herder's sturdy fence for preying upon a goat, his originally proud soul is forced to confront cold barbed wire and furious shouts. Faced with this extreme dilemma of the era, he does not explode into the destructive, frenzied counterattack of a lion or a tiger. He merely curls up quietly in a corner, using those green eyes filled with starlight to gaze coldly at the surrounding crowd. There is no begging in that gaze, no fury, only a detachment and sorrow that has seen through the cycle of life. This silent confrontation is the fiercest yet quietest collision between Alpine civilization and modern industrial civilization. Anyone who understands the price behind it will feel a deep helplessness and heartache in the deep of the night. Fortunately, as humans who understand reverence begin to establish protective borders, the snow line upon the mountains has finally regained its peace in some places, allowing him to retreat once more to the highest peak belonging to him, free from disruption. The night has deepened to the utmost, and the wind at the roof of the world has finally ceased entirely. The entire glacier gleams under the magnificent starry river with a dreamlike, freezing brilliance. That silver river spanning the night sky is so close that it feels as though one could scoop up a palmful of stardust simply by standing upon the stone cliff where the snow leopard rests. By now, he has completely curled up in the depths of the stone cave hollowed out by the wind, that massive, fluffy tail wrapped seamlessly around his entire face, leaving only two small ears to occasionally twitch slightly in his sleep to the faint sound of a distant glacier cracking. I and the introduction of our story. We once sought to explore the eternal riddle of his facing the blizzard alone, but now, we witness within this life the purest self-sufficiency and internal strength. Although nature stripped away his possibility of settling in the warm valleys, it granted him the entire mountain range as his throne and the cleanest starry sky as his blanket. He requires no redundant clamor to prove his existence. His lifelong restraint and composure are the most noble interpretation of life. This story of high-altitude watching has quietly reached its curtain call, like a single snowflake drifting slowly from the night sky, melting silently upon the quiet ice field. The world has quieted down completely, and the night sky of the mountains will watch over you with its purest power. You do not need to experience his solitude, nor do you need to face his blizzards. At this very moment, you need only relax every single one of your cells, just like that snow leopard burying his face within his warm tail. Close your eyes, and let all your thoughts land softly in this atmosphere of ether and peace, sinking together with the dimming hearth into the deepest, sweetest dreamland. Good night. In the restless, slaughter-filled barrens of the night, the laws of survival are often equated with the confrontation of power, the gamble of speed, and fierce tearing. Yet, above the cold, clear night sky, a certain creature composes an acoustic miracle of life-dissolving air friction in the lightest, gentlest posture. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This barn owl stands quietly upon a weathered, ancient beam of an abandoned manor, his feathers, as soft as silk and laced with delicate mottling, appearing boundlessly serene beneath the faint moonlight. The outside world is accustomed to calling them monkey-faced owls, or phantom birds, in terrifying legends, but few truly understand that this seemingly mysterious and bizarre creature is actually a reclusive sage utilizing acoustic physics to the absolute limit. The flight path he charts is an absolute silence devoid of any air friction sound or tearing burst of wind, just like a silent breeze brushing over wild grass. Even the keenest nocturnal insects cannot detect his descent. To survive in a world without light, the barn owl made a series of astonishing, even poignant evolutionary compromises along its lengthy lineage. He surrendered the hard, waterproof feather coat of traditional birds and remodeled his plumage into an ultra-fragile, noise-canceling sponge that is easily drenched by rain, solely to barter for a single absolute silent glide across the night sky. This is no relaxed or elegant hunting cruise, but a hermit meditating lonely in the deep dark, constructing an invisible anechoic chamber within the shifting currents through a lifetime of restraint, endurance, and concentration. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, gentle microcurrent flows beside the barn owl, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream tenderly wrapped in silent feathers. When the last glint of faint autumn twilight vanishes completely from the desolate wastes, the chilly night wind, laden with withered grass debris, begins to unfold silently across the boundless earth. At this hour, when most living things attempt to shrink back into their burrows out of dread for the dark or collapse into desperate sleep, the barn owl's day commences in extreme quietude and alertness. He slowly turns his head from the ancient wooden window of the abandoned barn. Upon that perfectly heart-shaped facial disc, as delicate as a white porcelain plate, two eyes as black as ink betray a concentration he can never discard for life. To comprehend this focus, we must first uncover his strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the starting point of all his actions and the acoustic shackle binding his destiny. Unlike other birds of prey that rely on speed or strength to hunt in daylight, the barn owl's life belongs completely to the pitch black, and prey in the dark usually harbor a hypersensitive alertness to sound. If his feathers were as hard and elastic as an eagle's or a falcon's, the exact moment he flapped his wings, the air rushing across the feather margins would trigger violent turbulence and vortices, erupting into a tearing blast of wind enough to startle any creature. To survive in this corner devoid of light, the barn owl thoroughly remodeled his plumage across long ages on a microfluid dynamics level. If we magnify his feathers under a microscope, an awe-inspiring physical world reveals itself. The leading edge of his flight feathers bears a regularly arranged row of rigid comb-like serrations. These tiny teeth act like a fleet of delicate dinner knives, silently slicing and dismantling the oncoming mass of air into countless smooth linear airflows as he flaps. Immediately following this, a layer of ultrafine underdown, as delicate and soft as velvet coating his feather surfaces, acts like a thick sponge, perfectly absorbing and dissolving these shredded, faint aerial vibrations. Ultimately, when the current flows past the trailing edge of the feathers, a defensive line woven from countless soft, staggered, fringe-like margins, it transitions smoothly back into the air, leaving behind not a single noise-generating vortex. This ultimate sound-softening structure allows his core body heat and kinetic flight energy to strike a balance in the gentlest way on a microscale as he wanders the freezing night sky, unhurried and deliberate, fully complying with the natural laws of fluid dynamics. His entire life is spent within this silent greenhouse built by hand from hundreds of millions of gentle feathers, demanding the utmost diligence to mend and nurse that vital coat which could fail at any moment due to mere dirt. However, the heaviest price the barn owl pays in its epic of life to sustain this ultimate silent glide lies hidden within its seemingly sturdy feathers, which actually offer zero resistance to moisture. To attain peak acoustic cancellation, the barn owl's plumage abandoned the uropygial gland owned by most birds during its evolution, meaning it cannot smear oils across its feather surfaces to gain flawless waterproofing like a duck or an eagle. His feathers are porous, loose, and hyperabsorbent. When a sudden midnight autumn rain descends without warning over the ancient woods, it marks a lethal catastrophe for the barn owl. The instant those crystalline, freezing raindrops make contact with his feathers, they do not beat up and roll off as they would on other birds, but rapidly infiltrate and saturate his thick underdown layer like a sponge soaking up water. Once waterlogged, the down collapses and mats together instantly, which not only strips him of that vital air-insulating greenhouse in a flash, but also causes his body weight to skyrocket, turning his wings as heavy as iron. At this juncture, with every labored flap of his wings in the storm, he emits an exceptionally coarse, muffled sound of air friction, completely stripped of his proud, silent close-up protection. Plunged into this intense wretchedness, he can catch no prey in the dark, and worse, he slides into fatal hypothermia due to the sudden drain of stamina and the massive energetic expense of keeping warm. Consequently, when seasons of unceasing rain arrive, the barn owl is frequently forced to stay in the blind corners of ruined barns, enduring days and nights of starvation, his eyes flashing with immense dread of an unknown clear sky. This is precisely why every single barn owl's perception of weather is honed to a near-obsessive degree. As elegant as they are beneath a clear night sky, they are equally desolate amidst continuous rain. This acoustic dominance bartered away at the cost of waterproofing rights is a destiny hymn etched into the deepest core of their genes, anchoring their lifelong security to a mere straw that could snap with a single rain dot. If the serrations on his wings are the barn owl's invisible armor for conquering the night sky, then his perfectly heart-shaped facial disc and completely asymmetrical ears are his secret weapons for battling fate in a silent world. In the absolute pitch black of a night devoid of a single ray of light, when his eyes lose all utility for observing the world, the barn owl relies on his auditory spatial mapping system, unmatched in the biological realm. That white porcelain-like heart facial disc is actually not for aesthetics, it is a precise, sound-collecting radar, forged from exceptionally stiff, densely packed feathers. It can precisely refract, focus, and amplify those incredibly faint sound waves generated by grass friction or crawling insects in the barrens, directing them straight into his ear canals hidden deep beneath the plumage. Even more abnormal is that the positions of his left and right ear openings on the skull are entirely asymmetrical, one sits higher, one lower, one angles up, one down. This setup looks close to a deformity to humans, but in fluid acoustics, it stands as a divine design capable of drafting a three-dimensional map. When a sliver of sound wafts from the grass, owing to the difference in location, the time it takes for the sound to reach the owl's left and right ears differs by an incredibly minute delta of a few 10,000ths of a second, accompanied by a subtle intensity variance. The barn owl's brain, not colossal in volume, yet allocating the vast majority of its neurons to the auditory processing system, can capture this minute delta in a split second. He does not need to ponder the vastness of the starry sky or scheme a path for tomorrow. He only needs to translate this tiny time variance into an absolute coordinate precise to the millimeter inside his mind. When he glides silently down from a beam, his talons clamping unerringly upon prey hidden deep within the leaf litter in the pitch dark, he doesn't even need to open his eyes. In this pure devotion of total intellect to sound, the barn owl lives as an auditory island, floating in mid-air, severing all crossings with the chaotic world of daylight, silently keeping vigil over the secrets of the long night in wordless stillness. The thread of a barn owl's destiny spans not only the subtleties of microscopic physics, but also carries that poignant moment hidden at the boundary where ancient agricultural eras clash with modern civilization. Over past centuries, the habitats the barn owl clung to most were the ancient wooden barns and abandoned stone towers widely scattered across European manors and countrysides. The timber beams there were dry, warm, and exhaled a comforting, rustic scent of aged straw and soil, his most flawless reproductive haven and midnight roost. When the summer night breeze of June ripples through the wheat fields, the mother owl, in the deepest recesses of the dim beam, tenderly shields her clutch of porcelain white eggs with her own body. She must endure over 30 days of silent time there, a nest brimming with herbal scents and endless quietude, the safest nesting attachment she gives her posterity. Yet, under the ruthless crush of the era's giant wheel, ancient farming civilization was thoroughly torn asunder and replaced within a few short decades by cold, soaring industrial factories of reinforced concrete. Those wooden barns were bulldozed and torched, morphed into uniform, sealed modern silos sprayed with harsh chemical pesticides, completely severing the ancient contract between the barn owl and the earth. When the owl mother and her young awakened startled in this world choked by the roars of modern machinery, finding that the noise-canceling coat and asymmetrical ears they depend on for life are rendered useless before the endless industrial din, the dread and despair in their hearts hit a zenith. Noise pollution shatters the accuracy of their internal 3D map-making, while environmental shift strip them of their final warm eaves to evade autumn rains. In the blind spots of those abandoned ruins, people frequently glimpse their solitary figures standing, their pristine, delicate heart facial discs coated in industrial soot, their eyes filled with innocence, confusion, and a quiet sigh for this fast-changing world. Returning once more to the deep blind spots of the desolate manor, the barn owl becomes an invisible sage wrapped in the night again, quietly and coldly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the earth. In the vast night sky, countless creatures fly in a frantic rush driven by desire or shriek out of terror, running blindly in the dark, frantically draining their stamina for mere scraps of survival. Yet, when the barn owl's smoke-light figure sweeps across the tips of the wild grass, the entire space seems to slow down owing to this meditative composure, and time loses its past sharp edge within his feathers. With ultimate silence, he successfully weaves a blind spot net free from worldly disruption amidst the turbulent currents of the night sky. Faced with the plight of survival and the squeeze of the era, he displays no violent rebellion or angry screech, but rather a near sculptural forbearance and absolute yielding to natural laws. Over long ages, he has seen too many powerful beasts perish from a moment of impulse, and too many monarchs exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. He merely stays in his own corner, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting time weather the stone walls, silently hoarding every faint ounce of strength to perpetuate his bloodline in the deepest silence. This slowness, this ultimate pursuit of quietude, might seem a trivial exit in the eyes of the clamorous modern secular world, but within the boundless dimension of time, it commands an unrivaled, dignity-filled philosophy of higher life. The barons of the deep night welcome another delicate, lingering breeze. The rustling wind brushes past withered banana leaves and waves of grain, generating a rhythmic, reassuring white noise. Perched upon the ancient beam, the barn owl slightly adjusts the angle of his wings, letting the cool night wind carry away the final trace of daytime chaos and fatigue from his frame. In the prologue, we marveled at his counterintuitive silent flight and his acoustic riddles within the freezing night. Now, all those mysteries have found their best home in the deep recesses of this placid sky. He has left the world no deafening roars, nor glorious records of conquering vast territories. What he leaves behind is simply a tender trace gliding beneath the moonlight without producing a single sound. In his world, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the microfeathers, completely cancelled of noise. He uses his entire life to prove to us that in this universe packed with anxiety, competition, and noise, remaining quiet and learning to listen is actually an exceptionally decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rhythmic rise and fall of the night wind rustling outside your window and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks with intense anxiety, nor tremble over tomorrow's unknowns. Like that weathered being suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the physics story inside the midnight feathers has concluded. May you carry this ultimate tenderness, tranquility, and silent attachment. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. In the ferocious, cold, and plunder-filled realm of nature, the laws of survival are often equated with the absolute dominance of strength, the ultimate gamble of speed, and the merciless exit of the individual. Yet, when the sun sinks completely beneath the horizon of the Antarctic Circle and a months-long polar night seals the entire wilderness like a colossal black shroud, a certain creature makes the most counterintuitive choice, marching by the thousands into the deep ice barrens where the blizzard rages hardest. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This male emperor penguin stands quietly in the epicenter of an Antarctic polar night storm at -40 degrees, cold enough to shatter bones in an instant. His massive frame, clad in thick, scale-like waterproof feathers, appears boundlessly serene under the faint aurora. The outside world is accustomed to gazing upon their grace and agility as they glide underwater in bright ocean documentaries, but few truly understand that this seemingly clumsy creature is placing himself in a months-long ordeal of huddling, completely devoid of supplies. The icy waste sanctuary he has carved out faces a raging, lethal blizzard outside, yet inside, relying solely on the rigorous condensation of thousands of physical bodies, preserves a miraculous temperature hovering close to 35 degrees Celsius, ample to sustain the continuation of life. To survive upon this dark wilderness where no living thing can fight a lone battle, the emperor penguin made a series of astonishing, even poignant sociological compromises along its lengthy evolutionary path. He surrendered the freedom of traditional birds to spread wings and soar, anchoring his entire existence to a highly rigorous, deeply orderly collective trust, using an almost obsessive huddling compression to dissolve the harshest physical cold on the frozen earth. This is no loose gathering packed with play and frolic, but a stoic sentinel keeping vigil in the deep polar night, weaving a voiceless symphony across the shifting snow through a lifetime of strides, endurance, and ultimate tacit cooperation. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, low murmur of respiration beside the emperor penguin, immersing yourself in this midnight dreamscape tenderly wrapped in collective warmth. When the final sliver of autumn moisture completely vanishes from the marginal seas, the biting Antarctic gale, laden with razor-sharp ice crystals, begins to unfold silently across the boundless blue ice. At this hour, when most migratory birds and marine mammals choose to journey north out of dread for the bitter winter, returning to temperate waters, this powerful emperor penguin, treading heavy, waddling, yet resolute steps, walks toward that desolate inland plateau of perpetual frost against the direction of the storm. To comprehend this being's anomaly, we must first confront his strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the turning point of his life and the first rift of destiny he must cross alone. At this moment on the Antarctic continent, the sea waters are freezing over in vast swathes, traditional hunting grounds are cut off hundreds of kilometers away by thick ice sheets, and continuing to linger by the coast means immense wave hazards and the danger of being unable to make landfall. To accomplish the mission of reproduction throughout the impending polar night, the emperor penguin must trek dozens or even 100 kilometers before the blizzard locks the barrens down entirely, heading toward a level, sacred haven that can evade glacial shelves collapsing. This is an immensely physically grueling long march. Elephantine heavy steps leave 2 deep sliding furrows upon the soft snow, yet his movements display not a modicum of haste. Each stride is deliberate, filled with anatomical precision. Across weeks of trekking, he can only rely on burning the thick layers of fat hoarded from summer foraging to provide kinetic energy, the internal fire of life flickering weakly, incapable of supporting any intense expenditure. When he finally converges with thousands of his peers in the center of that bleak ice valley, the last glint of twilight in the sky plummets entirely into darkness, and the entire polar wilderness is swallowed by a deathly hush. Within this narrow universe forged from ice and snow, time seems to instantly lose all its sharp edges, transforming into a tranquil river flowing so slowly it almost grinds to a complete halt. However, within this isolated ice waste haven, the price of life paid by the emperor penguin is an ordeal of physiological and sociological extremes unimagined by the outside world. While the world outside endures a months-long polar night of -50 degrees and the gale wrenches piercing shrieks from century-old ice, the female penguins on the polar wastes, having spent their entire physical energy to lay a single precious egg, must immediately set off to return to the ocean hundreds of kilometers away to forage. The heavy responsibility of guarding this egg of life falls unreservedly upon this remaining male emperor penguin. From this moment onward, through a long span of 4 to 5 months, he will taste neither food nor water, and even superfluous movement will be heavily restricted. We must understand that Arctic blizzards frequently exceed 150 km per hour. Under such terrifying wind chill factors, any solitary penguin would be thoroughly frozen through and stripped of its core body heat within a few short minutes. To battle this freezing torrent capable of annihilating all life, this remaining male emperor penguin and thousands of his peers, in the absence of any leader's command, begin to gather spontaneously toward the center, weaving the greatest sociological defense net in the natural world, the huddle formation. Using their airtight, rigid backs to face the blizzard, they press their bodies tightly together without a single gap, forming a massive black mountain carved out of raw flesh. Inside this mountain, due to the convergence of countless breaths and core heat, temperatures soar rapidly to an incredible 35 degrees Celsius, even forcing penguins sitting at the absolute core to slightly part their feathers to vent heat. Yet, this huddle formation is no static cage. If the penguins positioned on the outer perimeter, directly absorbing the brunt of the -40-degree blizzard, lingered there forever, they would rapidly exhaust their stamina and freeze to death, while the internal penguins would swoon from overheating. In this pure sociological structure completely devoid of hierarchy or power relations, a striking silent chemistry begins to flow rhythmically in the dark. After enduring the polar freeze for a duration, penguins on the outermost perimeter slightly angle their bodies, treading slow, step-by-step strides along the margin of the huddle to move in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction. The companions behind them intuitively fill the gaps left behind, while internal penguins migrate toward the outer margin as slowly as microscopic particles shifting in a fluid current, charting a perfect, circular cycle of life rotation spanning thousands of individuals. This ultimate discipline over energy and unreserved sharing coaxes their brains into a state akin to meditative serenity. He has no need to ponder the abundance of the ocean or scheme tomorrow's direction. He only needs to take that minute step of a 10,000th of a meter within the blizzard to fulfill the collective, and in doing so, fulfill himself. Around the winter solstice in July, when the polar night reaches its absolute depth and the darkness seems as though it will never lift, at the very bottom of this warm mountain condensed from raw flesh, atop the bridge of this penguin's feet, a life vigil unfolds, the tenderest yet most heart-wrenching in the epic of existence. This male emperor penguin has now fasted continuously for over 2 months, his weight has shrunk by nearly half, his once plump frame appearing gaunt and hollowed out. Only his feet and that specialized anatomical patch beneath his abdomen preserve a most sacred warmth. His egg rests securely upon the bridge of his feet, which are lined with coarse scales and thick hide. Over it drapes a thick brooding pouch specialized from abdominal skin and lined with dense down, known scientifically as the brood patch. This patch is richly wired with blood vessels, steadily pouring the parent's final embers of energy downward, while directly beneath his body lies the hardened ice surface at -40 degrees. Throughout this lengthy incubation period spanning over 60 days, the emperor penguin must maintain a unique, near-static standing posture at all times. He cannot make large movements, even when rotating positions within the huddle. He must shift his body forward using a painfully slow, waddling, shuffling glide. For if he accidentally loosens his feet and the egg makes contact with the ice for even a few short seconds, the quickening life within will be flash-frozen by the Antarctic freeze, snuffed out in its cradle. This is an immensely heavy cost. It demands this leviathan to surrender all instincts to stretch his frame, keeping his nerves and muscles strung taut against that 10,000th balance line. Every time the blizzard violently slams the Huddle Formation, his frame tremors faintly from sheer exhaustion, yet his talons grip the ice as though rooted, using his flesh as an absolute, insurmountable barrier of life. In this boundless dark, the lone melody across the storm-beaten wastes is the roar of the outer gale and the rhythmic, raspy respiration of countless lives within the huddle. These two forces interlace and echo, softening into a perfect midnight lullaby. The father uses his flesh and life as fuel, igniting a torch beneath the ice and snow that never goes out, passing this survival code down silently through generations for thousands of years. When the tail end of August delivers the first ray of long-lost, faint sunlight, casting a dreamy golden warmth through the glacial mists of the horizon onto the frost-coated black backs of the huddle, this emperor penguin finally welcomes the grandest liberation of his life and the most poignant turning point of destiny. Upon the bridge of his feet, the egg, amidst an exceedingly faint click of a splitting shell, finally hatches into a downy, large-eyed chick. Yet, due to the hardships of the long trek, the foraging line of mothers has not yet returned. The internal physiological alchemy sustained for months hits its most helpless zenith. In a state of starvation where his body has cannibalized itself to the limit, the father's esophageal glands begin to secrete a faint, viscous fluid rich in proteins and fats, akin to crop milk. This is the final nutrition he keeps for his offspring, bartered with his own life. As he lowers his head, guiding this thread of secretion tenderly into the chick's beak with his long bill, a massive returning vanguard of thousands of mothers finally punctuates the distant horizon. They carry back full stomachs of fresh fish and krill, bringing the abundance of the sea and the breath of spring. An echoing chorus of trumpeting instantly erupts across the colony, the ancient chemistry of mates tracing one another through unique acoustic signals among thousands of individuals. When the father finally transfers the exhausted yet miraculously surviving chick intact to his mate, he lacks even the spare energy for warmth, his internal fuel is utterly drained, and he must immediately set off alone to return to that ocean from which he has been parted for months. Turning away, treading upon feet stiffened by months of bearing weight, he walks lonely toward that icebound passage leading to the sea. The outer ice floes are fracturing and melting silently with the arrival of spring, transforming into a scattering of isolated islands drifting in the dark sea. He glides slowly across the disintegrating ice field, his gaze reflecting no ecstatic triumph, but merely a stoic numbness and certainty born of surviving an apocalypse. He knows the home he depends on is shifting, but his mission has achieved its most dignified execution within the breathing miracle of the huddle. Throughout the lengthy and lonely migration back to the ocean, the emperor penguin relies precisely on that tenacity etched into the deepest core of its genes and the ultimate tacit understanding of the collective to guide its lineage across the polar chasm of life and death time and again. Outsiders frequently praise their comical charm and cuteness in shallow water exploration as they hop among glaciers, mistakenly believing them to be the carefree darlings of the Antarctic. Yet, few witness their disheveled unselfishness in the heart of a blizzard, actively treading toward the outer perimeter to shield their companions. Still fewer comprehend their months-long, starving, voiceless vigil in the deep polar night. They lack the advanced intellect to reverse global warming trends that trigger premature fracturing of spring ice floes, nor do they possess extra weapons to battle the squeeze of the era. Their sole armor is that huddle formation woven from their own raw flesh and trust. Under this extreme concentration upon lineage and restraint, time seems to lose its past sharp edge upon their bodies, no longer a monster hounding life to sprint forward. Glaciers dissolve and seasons turn, while they merely follow the contract of an ancient system quietly, igniting the lone glimmer of hope upon the barrens with collective warmth during every winter night when the cold wind howls. This blind vigil, this unreserved surrender to life, may appear poignant under the brutal laws of natural selection, but within the vast epic of the universe, it commands an unrivaled dignity of life. He uses his entire existence to prove to this cold, volatile world that true security is never dictated by how ferocious the external storm rages, but by whether you can lean your bodies tightly together in the harshest extremes, constructing a warm nest belonging to trust. At midnight, the Antarctic wilderness gradually reclaims its primal peace. That distant storm and the roars of collapsing glaciers long dissolve into the lengthy river of time. The brilliant, hazy aurora, like a delicate green ribbon, flows tenderly across the deep night sky, sprinkling a faint, soothing glimmer upon the boundless, frozen earth. The emperor penguin, having weathered the ordeal of the polar night, the huddle trial, and the migration back to the sea, is perhaps sleeping peacefully alongside his family beneath another tranquil ice shadow now. In the prologue, we sought to uncover the riddle of destiny behind its refusal to fall at -40 degrees. Now, having listened to this chronicle of physiological ledgers, unselfish rotation, and torches of life, those mysteries have found their best home within the long wind of this long night. It has left no eternal structures upon the earth, nor carved brilliant triumphs into history. What it leaves to these barrens are merely those firm, gentle, waddling footprints that vanish with the blizzard yet reappear every single spring. Listening to the faint wind outside your window, a white noise like the long polar night wind across the barrens, and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? No matter how ferocious the external storm rages, it can never invade this fortress built of memory and trust. Be like that creature beneath the ice and snow, completely drawing its body close to its companions through orderly rotation. On this night that requires nothing of your wakefulness, requiring you to battle no external storms alone, gently lay down all thoughts of gains, losses, anxieties, and tomorrows. Let your body settle slowly with the warmth of your bed, and let your mind dissolve completely into that pool of dreams, devoid of cold, containing only absolute order and sanctuary. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the wilderness has hushed into silence. May you carry this collective chemistry across thousands of years, rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the ferocious and unforgiving Arctic wilderness, the laws of survival are often equated with relentless running, brutal slaughter, and a desperate pursuit of warmth. Yet, when the sun sinks completely below the horizon and a months-long polar night seals the entire world like a colossal black shroud, a certain creature makes the most counterintuitive choice, actively heading toward where the blizzard rages hardest. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into her true life. This female polar bear curls quietly inside a sealed ice cave fashioned from thick snow drifts, meters beneath the frozen surface, peacefully closing her eyes amidst the muffled roars of the storm raging outside. The outside world is accustomed to gazing upon their power and majesty as apex predators upon the daylight ice floes, but few truly understand that this seemingly omnipotent being is placing herself in a half-year-old ordeal of life and death, tasting neither food nor water. The snowy haven she has carved out faces a polar hell of -50 degrees outside, cold enough to shatter bones in an instant, yet inside, relying solely on her rise and fall of breath, she preserves a miraculous temperature hovering near freezing, even radiating a snug warmth. To nurture a new hope within this barren, pitch-black world, the mother bear, throughout a long evolutionary epoch, surrendered her vast hunting domains and dialed her metabolism down to life's lowest spark, all to safeguard an ultimate maternal attachment. This is no tragedy of passive escape, but a silent epic of life written upon the frozen earth by a stoic solitary sentinel in the deep polar night, using a lifetime of forbearance, maternal love, and restraint. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, deep respiration beside the polar bear, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream gently enveloped by ice and snow, when the last sliver of faint autumn twilight vanishes entirely from the pale waters of the Arctic Ocean. The biting gale, laden with razor-sharp ice crystals, begins to rampage frantically across the boundless barrens. At this hour, when most living things attempt to migrate south out of dread for the bitter winter or collapse into despair, this pregnant polar bear mother, treading heavy yet resolute steps, walks toward a steep snow slope against the direction of the storm. To comprehend this anomaly of the polar bear, we must first confront its merciless physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the turning point of her life and the first rift of destiny she must cross alone. At this moment, a new life is quickening within her body, but during the exceptionally barren Arctic winter, the ice sheets freeze over, traditional hunting grounds turn volatile, and continuing to roam the open wastes means a colossal drain of energy. To protect the unformed fetus in her womb, the mother bear must find an absolute sanctuary for herself and her cub before the blizzard locks the earth down completely. Halting before a deep, leeward snow slope, she begins to scoop the hardened snow outward, stroke by stroke, with her broad, powerful forepaws lined with sharp pads. This is an immensely long and physically taxing ordeal. The blowing snow threatens to bury her freshly dug traces instantly, yet her movements display not a hint of haste. Each sweep of her paw is deliberate, filled with anatomical precision. She digs downward along the slope to clear a long, inclined passage, and at its terminal end, carves out a circular snow chamber roughly 2 meters in diameter with a perfectly arched ceiling. The ingenious mastery of this chamber lies in its elevation, which sits slightly higher than the entrance of the passage. According to the physical principles of rising hot air, the core body heat and respiration she releases are locked beneath the dome, while the cold air sinks to the bottom of the passage, as she uses her final few strokes to backfill the entrance completely with packed snow, leaving only a microscopic vent to sustain breathing. She seals herself off with her own hands from that ferocious, frigid, and slaughter-filled outer world. Within this narrow universe forged from pure white snow, time seems to instantly lose all its sharp edges, transforming into a tranquil river flowing so slowly it almost grinds to a complete halt. Yet, within this isolated ice cave haven, the price of life paid by the polar bear mother is an ordeal of physiological extremes unimagined by the outside world. While the world outside endures a months-long polar night of -50 degrees and the gale wrenches piercing shrieks from century-old ice, the mother bear inside the snow cave has slowly lain down, curling her massive frame into a gentle crescent. From this moment onward, through a long span of 4 to 5 months, she will taste neither food nor water, and even excretion will cease entirely. In examining this unique torpor of the polar bear, the scientific community discovered with shock that it differs fundamentally from ordinary temperate black bears. While common bears undergo a major plunge in body temperature during hibernation, a pregnant polar bear must maintain her temperature at a normal level of around 37 degrees Celsius to guarantee the healthy development of her cubs. This means that, without a single scrap of external energy replenishment, her body must function like a precise furnace operating at minimum output yet unable to extinguish its spark for a single second, relying entirely on burning the thick layers of fat hoarded during the summer. Through complex biochemical pathways, her internal fat is melted into a steady stream of heat, water, and vital proteins needed to sustain life, while metabolic wastes are 100% reabsorbed and reorganized in a wondrous loop through the cecum and kidneys, leaving behind not a trace of waste. This ultimate discipline over energy and precision management coaxes the mother bear's brain into a state akin to meditative serenity. Her heart rate slows, and her breathing becomes immensely long and steady. She has no need to ponder the fracturing of the ice sheet, plan tomorrow's hunt, or even comprehend when the dark will pass. She only needs to lie here silently, using her raw flesh as a shield against the frigid torrent outside the cave that is capable of annihilating all life. Amidst this intense solitude and numbness, she transforms scarcity into abundance and cold into security, anchoring an unbreakable fortress of maternal tenderness in the deepest recesses of the snow drifts. Around the winter solstice in December, when the polar night reaches its absolute depth and the darkness seems as though it will never lift, this silent snow den welcomes the most moving climax in the epic of life amidst a flurry of exceedingly faint cries, resembling the mewls of kittens. 2 frail polar bear cubs are born quietly into the boundless dark. They are so tiny and helpless that it is difficult to link them with the future apex predators of the ice fields, weighing hundreds of kilograms. A newborn cub is merely the size of an adult's palm, weighing a mere 500 grams or so. Their bodies are clad only in a sparse, near-translucent coat of faint down, their eyes shut tight, devoid of any capacity to ward off cold or care for themselves. If they were exposed outside the snow cave for even a single second at this time, the polar gale would instantly freeze these delicate lives into ice sculptures. In this most fragile juncture of life, the polar bear mother displays an inspiring delicacy and restraint. With immense slowness and profound gentleness, she shifts her colossal forelimbs, coaxing these 2 tiny lives softly into the depths of her embrace. Using her broad, warm, fat-laden abdomen and paws, she wraps the cubs completely, constructing the safest greenhouse in the world with her own body heat. Immediately following this, the alchemy sustained within the mother's frame for months hits its most sublime peak. In a state of tasting neither food nor drink, her mammary glands begin to steadily secrete precious, thick milk, resembling condensed milk, rich in over 40% fat content. This exceptionally high-calorie milk is the sole lifesaver for the cubs in the pitch black. They suckle greedily, every swallow transmuting into sustenance for the growth of bone and fur. Through the subsequent 2 months, the only melody within the snow cave is the rhythmic suckling of the cubs and the deep, raspy respiration of the mother. These 2 sounds intertwine and echo within the narrow chamber, softening into a perfect midnight lullaby. The mother uses her own flesh and life as fuel, igniting a torch beneath the ice and snow that never goes out, passing this survival code down silently through generations for thousands of years. Yet, this lineage of life, staking all survival chips entirely upon a snowbound sanctuary, must confront a brutal transformation of destiny the exact moment spring arrives without warning. When the tail end of February brings the first ray of long-awaited sunlight, casting a faint and hazy golden warmth against the dome of the cave, the mother bear knows the hour of departure has come. The two little polar bears, having grown carefree through 2 months, now weigh over a dozen kilograms. Their bodies have grown a thick, snowy, and elastic insulating coat, and their eyes gleam with clarity and curiosity toward the unknown world. The mother bear rises to her feet, her joints, unextended for months, releasing heavy pops. Her internal fat reservoirs are completely spent, her weight slashed precisely by half. The entire bear appears gaunt and hollowed out, save for those eyes that remain serene and unyielding. Walking to the terminal wall of the snow den, she begins to dig upward forcefully with her claws. As the final blocks of snow collapse, a long-lost polar glare, like a razor-sharp silver broadsword, instantly pierces the half-year darkness, shooting straight into the depths of the cave. That flash of blinding light forces the mother and her 2 cubs, accustomed to the dark, to squint their eyes in pain simultaneously. And when they tread the soft snow, stepping out of the ice haven to stand once more upon the boundless polar barrens, the brutal veil of destiny is truly lifted. The world outside is no longer the landscape they left behind. Due to drastic global climate shifts, the once solid and level spring ice floes are fracturing and melting silently at a visible speed, morphing into a scattering of isolated islands drifting in the freezing sea. The mother must lead her 2 cubs, who have never seen the outer world, treading laboriously across this disintegrating hunting ground, searching for ringed seals that can provide the desperate fat they need. The cubs run and roll excitedly on the chilly snow, utterly unable to comprehend the profound anxiety and heaviness in their mother's gaze, oblivious that the home they depend on for survival is turning into an inescapable, eternal cage under the crush of modern civilization. Throughout the long and lonely polar migration, the polar bear mother relies precisely on that tenacity and vigil etched into the deepest core of her genes to guide her bloodline across the chasm of life and death. Time and again, people in the outside world frequently praise their majesty and strength as kings of the ice fields in documentaries, mistakenly believing them to be an invincible myth of nature. Yet, few witness their disheveled desperation when the ice floes fracture, using their raw flesh to block the biting seawater to protect their young. Still fewer comprehend their months-long, starving, voiceless vigil in the depths of the polar night. They lack the advanced intellect to reverse the course of global warming, nor do they possess extra weapons to battle the squeeze of the era. Their sole armor is that ice haven woven from their own body heat and packed snow drifts. Under this extreme concentration upon lineage and restraint, time seems to lose its past sharp edge upon their bodies, no longer a monster hounding life to sprint forward. Glaciers dissolve and seasons turn, while they merely follow the ancient contract quietly, igniting the lone glimmer upon the wastes with maternal love during every winter night when the cold wind howls. This blind vigil, this unreserved surrender to life, may appear poignant under the brutal laws of natural selection, but within the vast epic of the universe, it commands an unrivaled dignity of life. She uses her entire existence to prove to this cold, volatile world that true security is never dictated by how ferocious the external storm rages, but by whether you can construct an unextinguishable, warm nest for the ones you love in the deepest sanctuary of your heart. At midnight, the Arctic wilderness gradually reclaims its primal peace. That distant storm and the roars of fracturing ice floes long dissolved into the lengthy river of time. The brilliant green aurora, like a silken ribbon, flows tenderly across the deep night sky, sprinkling a faint, soothing glimmer upon the boundless, frozen earth. The polar bear, having weathered the ordeal of the polar night, the nursing trial, and the spring migration, is perhaps treading off into another tranquil ice shadow now, slumbering peacefully alongside her cubs. In the prologue, we sought to uncover the riddle of destiny behind its winter slumber. Now, having listened to this chronicle of snow insulation, extreme fiscal austerity, and ash-abiding vigil, those mysteries have found their answers within the breeze of this long night. It has left no eternal structures upon the earth, nor carved brilliant triumphs into history. What it leaves to these barrens are merely those firm, gentle footprints that vanish with the blizzard yet reappear every single spring. Listening to the faint, rhythmic wind outside your window, a white noise like the long polar night across the barrens, and watching the final, faint, introverted glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the fatigue within your body finally found its safe haven? Be like that creature beneath the ice and snow, cradling her young tightly in her embrace. On this night that requires nothing of your wakefulness, requiring you to battle no external storms alone, gently lay down all thoughts of gains, losses, anxieties, and tomorrows. Let your body settle slowly with the warmth of your bed, and let your mind dissolve completely into that pool of dreams, devoid of cold, containing only absolute sanctuary. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the barrens have hushed into silence. May you be accompanied by this crisp fragrance, rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the ferocious, clamorous East African savanna, rife with fleeting predation, the laws of survival are often equated with the peak of speed, the sharpness of fangs, and ceaseless, panicked flight. Yet, when the blistering dry season gales scatter the last shred of cloud, baking the boundless earth into cracked fissures, a certain creature uses the heaviest, slowest strides to mock the impetuousness of the secular world across a long expanse of time. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This male African elephant stands quietly upon an ancient, wind-eroded migration corridor hundreds of kilometers away from any water source, his colossal frame, weathered and laced with countless deep wrinkles, appearing boundlessly serene beneath the faint moonlight. The outside world is accustomed to gazing upon their raw power and fury as the primary titans of land in fierce documentaries, but few truly understand that this seemingly indestructible being relies on thick layers of fat beneath his feet to silently harvest the faint seismic resonances of the earth from hundreds of kilometers away. This long journey of migration is an absolute certainty devoid of words or tearing bursts of wind, just like an ancient mountain range pushing slowly across the wastes, dissolving local restlessness and anxiety into the heavy vibrations of space and time. To survive upon this desolate continent hit by devastating droughts every few years, the African elephant made a series of astonishing, even poignant compromises along its lengthy lineage. He surrendered the physical freedom of a light and agile body, anchoring his entire existence to a primeval map drawn inside his mind by ancestors with blood and tears, using an almost obsessive, massive memory to counter nature's coldest winnowing. This is no family holiday packed with laughter and cheer, but a reclusive hermit meditating lonely on the vast, weaving a silent epic in the shifting dust through a lifetime of strides, endurance, and maternal vigils. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, heavy, and steady footsteps beside the African elephant, immersing yourself in this midnight dreamscape tenderly wrapped in primeval infrasound. When the last glint of autumn moisture completely evaporates from the margins of the Serengeti, the boiling equatorial heatwaves, laden with parched grass debris, begin to unfold silently across the split red soil. At this hour, when most primates and herbivores fall into acute anxiety over a desperate lack of water and begin to crash blindly in all directions, the march of the African elephant herd commences in a state of absolute silence and composure. The matriarch, acting as the core of the herd, slowly turns her colossal body away from a dead acacia tree. Her ears, startlingly massive like twin ancient shields, give a soft flap before she presses her long trunk flush against the parched ground. To comprehend this aged giant's absolute certainty, we must first confront her strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the starting point of all her wisdom and the first rift binding her destiny. A mature African elephant demands hundreds of kilograms of foliage and hundreds of liters of fresh water daily. This massive energetic expense policy means that during the dry season when food and water are entirely severed, a single erroneous turn will plunge the entire family line into an inescapable abyss of death. Cruelly, an elephant's mass is too vast, they cannot sprint across kilometers in minutes like an antelope. Every single stride drains an incalculable payload of core energy, which dictates a life logic that strictly forbids any wasteful empty consumption. To take root in corners devoid of water sources, the African elephant thoroughly remodeled its foot anatomy across long evolution on a microphysical scale. If we slice open its foot, an awe-inspiring acoustic world reveals itself. Within its massive circular sole is wrapped a thick, soft, and hyperelastic padding of collagenous fat, densely packed with thousands of hypersensitive Pacinian corpuscles. These tiny nerve endings function like a fleet of miniature seismographs buried in raw flesh. When a faint thunderstorm crackles hundreds of kilometers away, or another herd stomps the earth with heavy strides, the resulting low-frequency infrasound traveling through the crust's rock strata triggers a minute vibration in the parched sand grains. This vibration is exceptionally faint, its frequency falling far below the limits human ears can register. Yet, when it filters through the thick padding of the elephant's soul, those Pacinian corpuscles perfectly capture, amplify, and guide it straight up the robust limb bones to her middle ear and brain. The elephant's brain, boasting an incredible volume, particularly its highly developed temporal lobes wired for memory and emotion, can instantly reconstruct this planetary tremor into a three-dimensional map containing direction, distance, and water table humidity. This ultimate low-frequency dialogue allows her core body heat and planetary tremors to strike a balance in the gentlest way on a microscale as she wanders the freezing long night, unhurried and deliberate, fully complying with the natural laws of fluid dynamics and acoustics. Her entire life is spent within this infrasound greenhouse, built by hand from ancestral memories and planetary tremors, demanding the utmost stability to execute that mortal lifeline etched into the deepest core of her ancient genes. However, the heaviest price the African elephant pays in its epic of life to maintain this ultimate slow stride and ancient listening lies hidden within its massive body's powerless rebellion against natural shifts. To safeguard that sensitive fat pad beneath the soles during long treks, the elephant's skin surface evolved countless crisscrossing cracks and wrinkles deep to several centimeters. These fissures trap mud and moisture securely, serving to dissipate heat and shield against the sun. Yet, this anatomy turns into a lethal, incomprehensible cage of destiny when facing the rapid expansion of modern human civilization. Under the ruthless crush of the era's giant wheel, the once open, continuous barrens have been severed without mercy by straight, hard asphalt highways and soaring wire-fenced ranches. These modern structures thoroughly tear asunder the ancient contract between the African elephant and the earth. When the old matriarch guides her family line through the thirst and hunger-stricken midnight, relying on memories from 50 years ago to reach a generation past narrow mountain pass, what awaits them is a cold, harshly rusted boundary fence of a forbidden zone. Those sharp iron barbs glint coldly beneath the faint moonlight, though they might be physically breached by an elephant's massive bulk. The accompanying gunshots and conflicts with humans would force this ancient lineage to pay a bloody, tragic price. At this agonizing crossroads of a dilemma, the matriarch must maintain absolute restraint. She stands silently in the dark for hours, her ears flapping intensely as she attempts to map an untrodden alternative corridor inside her mind. This brutal deprivation of memory and overexhaustion of physiological limits stand as the deepest trauma elephants carry in the modern world. Their massive frames appear so helpless and desolate before the wire fences, every low moan rippling outward into circles of fate-laden sighs through the air. If the primeval map inside an elephant's mind is their invisible armor for crossing crises, then inside the dead end of an extreme drought, their 2-meter trunk, packed with tens of thousands of muscle units, stands as their secret weapon against the grim reaper in a desolate world. When the dry season grinds into its third month, the once spacious rivers have morphed completely into a parched, cracked sand bed of absolute silence. The air holds not a shred of vapor, and surrounding herbivores collapse dead in sheets from sheer exhaustion. In this most fragile milestone of life, the African elephant matriarch displays an inspiring delicacy and resolve, halting before a parched river channel that betrays not a single trace of water flow. Closing her eyes, she inserts her sensitive trunk deeply beneath the parched sand layers. Relying on a faint memory of escaping death here alongside her mother decades ago, she detects that thread of near-static underground undercurrent buried meters beneath the silt. Immediately following this, she commands the robust adult females of the herd, using their heavy, sharp forelimbs and tusks to dig into the parched sand bed, stroke by stroke, tusk by tusk. This is an intensely long and physically grueling ordeal. The loose sand continuously caves inward toward the center, and the kicked-up dust blurs their eyes, yet the herd's movements betray not a modicum of haste. Each sweep is exceptionally orderly and patient. As the digging plunges deeper, a circular sand well meters deep finally takes form in the center of the cracked riverbed. At the very bottom of that pit, the parched soil begins to moisten, and a sliver of pristine, freezing life-spring water finally oozes slowly from the sandy gaps. In that split second, cool vapor diffuses into the blistering air, yet the restraint displayed by the elephant family inspires reverence. the matriarch does not step up first to drink her fill, but stands silently beside the pit, using her massive bulk to shield against outer perils, permitting the infant calves and lactating mothers to lower their trunks first to suckle this precious nectar of life. Using her experience and endurance, the mother fashions an unextinguishable life sanctuary for her young beneath the dried ruins, passing this survival code down silently through generations for thousands of years. The tenderest yet most heart-wrenching aspect of an elephant's existence is undoubtedly that deep, voiceless web of attachment within the elephant family that transcends life and death. When the herd suffers an insurmountable disaster during long migrations, or an aged companion collapses slowly beneath a silent acacia tree because her frame is spent with years and unable to keep up with that slow yet ceaseless pace, the echo of destiny for this being hits its most sublime zenith. They do not disperse with cold indifference upon a companion's demise as other wild beasts do. The herd slowly forms a majestic circle around the fallen comrade, their long trunks softly stroking her already freezing, stiff ears and tusks time and again. They keep vigil beside the carcass for days and nights, using their heavy sawls to kick surrounding dry grass and broken branches over her frame, as if conducting a silent earth funeral. Even many years later, when this herd passes this desolate ruin long reduced to bleached bones once more, the elephants halt their strides unerringly. They reach down with their trunks to lift a weathered, whitening bone softly, testing it gently against their mouths or passing it slowly between their broad sawls, their eyes gleaming with a sorrow and remembrance beyond verbal explanation. This reverence for death and blind defense of the past is a logic of destiny etched into the deepest core of an elephant's genes. They carry the most delicate emotions within the heaviest flesh, evolving into a living monument of memory across the torrent of time. In the blind corners of the wilderness constantly squeezed by human civilization, people frequently glimpse their solitary figures walking across the open wastes, their massive bulks coated in the red dust of long treks, their eyes filled with innocence, confusion, and a quiet sigh for this fast-changing world, returning once more to the deep, vast barrens devoid of human clamor. The African elephant becomes an invisible sage wrapped between heaven and earth again, quietly and coldly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the planet. Upon the wide savanna, countless short-lived creatures cycle in a frantic rush driven by desire or shriek out of terror, running blindly in the dark, frantically draining their stamina and intellect for mere scraps of survival. Yet, when the elephant's mountain steady, colossal silhouette shifts past the tips of the wild grass, the entire space seems to slow down owing to this meditative composure, and time loses its past sharp edge within his pinny. With ultimate slowness, he successfully weaves a blind spot net free from worldly disruption amidst the turbulent currents of twisting years. Faced with the plight of survival and the squeeze of the era, he displays no violent rebellion or angry trumpet, but rather a near sculptural forbearance and absolute yielding to natural laws. Over long ages, he has seen too many powerful beasts perish from a moment of impulse, and too many monarchs exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. He merely paces his own strides quietly, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting time weather the stone walls, silently hoarding every faint ounce of strength to perpetuate his bloodline in the deepest silence. This slowness, this ultimate pursuit of past memories, might seem a trivial exit in the eyes of the clamorous modern secular world, but within the boundless dimension of time, it commands an unrivaled, dignity-filled philosophy of higher life. The East African savanna of the deep night welcomes another delicate, lingering breeze. The rustling wind brushes past parched acacia leaves and wild grass, generating a rhythmic, reassuring white noise. Perched beneath the boundless starry sky, the African elephant slightly adjusts the angle of his ears, letting the cool night wind carry away the final trace of daytime chaos and fatigue from his frame. In the prologue, we marveled at his counterintuitive infrasonic listening and his acoustic riddles within the freezing wilderness. Now, all those mysteries have found their best home in the deep recesses of this placid plain. He has left the world no deafening clamor, nor glorious records of conquering vast territories. What he leaves behind is simply a tender trace of heavy yet gentle footprints gliding beneath the moonlight. In his world, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the microears and footpad fats, completely cancelled of noise. He uses his entire life to prove to us that in this universe packed with anxiety, competition, and noise, remaining quiet and learning to listen is actually an exceptionally decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rhythmic rise and fall of the night wind rustling outside your window and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks with intense anxiety, nor tremble over tomorrow's unknowns. Like that weathered being suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the physics story inside the primeval memories and slow strides has concluded. May you carry this ultimate tenderness, tranquility, and silent attachment. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the fierce and unforgiving rainforest, the laws of survival are usually dictated by speed, power, and endless running. However, there is a creature that does quite the opposite. With an almost eternal stillness, it has thrived for millions of years high up in the peril-ridden jungle. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. This seemingly sluggish sloth hangs quietly from an ancient branch of the canopy, 40 meters above the ground. Its every breath is so faint that even the sharpest predators passing by would mistake it for nothing more than a gnarl on the tree bark. The scientific community once viewed this creature with bewilderment and mockery, even naming it after sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins. Yet, few truly understand that this being, branded with the name of laziness, is actually a reclusive philosopher that utilizes energy to the absolute limit. Along its long evolutionary path, it surrendered the right to run, but in exchange, it gained a timeless survival wisdom that endures nature's harshest winnowing. This is no tragedy of passive retreat, but a hymn of life softly sung across the river of time with extreme restraint, tenderness, and endurance. Now, please let your breath settle down slowly and quietly with the midnight rain of the forest, and listen to this miracle of stillness from the high green screen. As the morning light parts the heavy mists over the Amazon and sunbeams sprinkle bit by bit onto the damp leaves, the entire forest begins to awaken. Countless creatures are crying out, hunting, and frantically expending their energy for mere scraps of survival. Yet, the sloth's day begins in absolute silence. It slowly opens its eyes, which bear a natural dark hue and seem forever touched by weariness and gentleness. There is no trace of anxiety in its gaze, nor any dread of the unknown. For the sloth, moving just a single step requires several minutes of planning and execution. Every motion looks like a close-up shot slowed down 1,000 times in a movie. To understand this slowness, we must first uncover its astonishing, instrument-like physiological ledger. In the world of warm-blooded animals, maintaining body temperature is an expensive energetic expense, but the sloth chooses a policy of extreme fiscal austerity. Its basal metabolic rate is incredibly low, only 1/3 to 1/2 that of mammals of similar size, which means it consumes a pitifully small amount of calories each day. To see this low energy consumption through to the end, the sloth has even abandoned the mammalian instinct to shiver for heat generation when cold. When the early morning rainforest is chilly, it moves like a cold-blooded reptile, slowly shifting to a branch hit by direct sunlight, raising its body temperature through sunbathing. Its body is like a precise solar collector, unhurried, perfectly attuned to the gifts and rhythms of nature, making no futile struggles. Under this extreme restraint, time seems to lose its sharp edge upon its body, turning into a river that flows so slowly it almost grinds to a peaceful halt. If we turn our gaze to the internal world of the sloth, we find that its digestive system is likewise a long and lonely spiritual practice. Within its small frame lies an enormous, multi-chambered stomach that accounts for roughly 1/3 of its entire body weight. This stomach is packed with its sole source of sustenance, the coarse-fibered, toxin-laced, and nutritionally destitute leaves from the high rainforest. To convert these tough leaves, shunned even by insects, into energy, billions of specialized microbes reside in the sloth's stomach, silently carrying out a slow fermentation in the dark. This is by no means an overnight process. A single green leaf it swallows often undergoes a journey spanning a month or even a month and a half before being completely digested and absorbed. Throughout this lengthy digestive cycle, its stomach is always heavy, preventing it from leaping and darting gracefully through the canopy like a monkey. It must restrain its appetite and endure the heaviness brought by food that lingers for so long, living each day like a silent, burdened march. Yet, it is precisely this miracle of digestion, where speed is brought to zero, that allows the sloth to carve out an absolute sanctuary of its own in the bloodless food competition of the rainforest. It does not compete with powerful primates for sweet fruits, nor with fierce birds for tender insects, it merely chews on bitter leaves that nobody else wants. In this unapplauded journey of discipline, it transforms scarcity into abundance and heaviness into stability, constructing a haven far from the madding crowd in the deepest recesses of the canopy. If a low metabolism and slow digestion are the cornerstones of the sloth's survival, then its unique muscular and skeletal structure is an anatomical miracle hanging high in the sky of fate. When a human adult attempts to hang from a pull-up bar, within a few minutes, the arm muscles throb with intense soreness and weakness due to lactic acid buildup. Yet, a sloth can hang upside down, back to the earth, tens of meters above the ground for days and nights on end, never letting go even in its sleep. The secret lies in its seemingly frail arms, which possess a highly specialized tendon mechanism that locks its limbs firmly onto the branches. When its flexor tendons are pulled downward by the body's gravity, they automatically close and lock, meaning it does not need to expend any active muscular force to maintain its suspension. For the sloth, gripping a branch is not an action requiring forceful resistance, it is a naturally occurring, most relaxing state of rest under the influence of gravity. Even in rare instances when an individual reaches the end of its life and its heart stops beating, it will still maintain its living posture, tightly clasped to the treetop. Not until the wind and rain completely weather its bones will it softly and silently plummet from the canopy it loved all its life into the embrace of the earth on a quiet night. Aside from this ingenious locking mechanism, the white muscle fibers responsible for explosive power and rapid movement have almost completely degenerated in the sloth, replaced by red muscles engineered for endurance. These muscles cannot provide a swift pounce or an explosive escape, but they endow the sloth with a tireless, static power to weather the passage of time on the windswept canopy. Its life is spent gathering all its strength inward, quietly welcoming the sunrise and sunset of the rainforest in a posture akin to a living sculpture. Yet, behind this nearly perfect philosophy of stillness lies a cruel and inescapable riddle of destiny, which marks the most perilous moments of a sloth's life. Although they spend over 90% of their time in the safety of the canopy, about once a week, they must make a decision that defies all survival instincts. In the quiet dawn or dusk of the rainforest, they climb down the thick, mottled trunks, step by agonizingly slow step, descending to the death-threatened ground just to defecate. Because the forest floor is soft and riddled with unseen dangers, and because the sloth's hind limbs have long adapted to hanging, it cannot walk upright on the ground. Once on the floor, the sloth can only drag itself forward using the sharp claws of its forelimbs to grip grass roots, moving through the mud and leaf litter like a severely wounded soldier. At this stage, any jaguar, margay lurking in the undergrowth, or giant anaconda in the grass could easily claim its life. According to long-term observations and statistics by biologists, more than half of all sloths meet their demise during these brief tens of minutes when they leave the canopy and venture onto the ground. People often wonder why a creature so exquisitely evolved never learned to relieve itself directly from the treetops, choosing instead to risk its life coming down. The answer to this riddle is finally revealed in the marvelous, mutualistic symbiotic universe built by countless microscopic lives upon the sloth itself. When the sloth defecates with great difficulty on the ground, the specialized moths living in its thick fur, sloth moths, take the opportunity to lay their eggs in the fresh dung. When the next generation of moths hatches and matures, they fly back up to the canopy to find a sloth, which serves as their lifelong habitat and breeding ground. As these moths die and decompose within the sloth's fur, the nutrients released happen to nourish a unique green alga that grows wildly in the hair. This alga not only paints the sloth with a perfect, dark green camouflage during the rainy season, blending it seamlessly into its surroundings, but also serves as a precious micronutritional supplement when food is scarce. To nurture this community of tiny lives and maintain that life-saving green coat, the sloth willingly braves mortal peril, fulfilling an ancient contract with the earth once every week. This journey into danger is no longer a symbol of stupidity, but a bond of destiny deeply intertwined with the entire ecosystem, transcending individual life and death. Returning once more to the high canopy, the sloth becomes an invisible sage wrapped in greenery, quietly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the rainforest. In the sky above, the harpy eagle, the most terrifying aerial apex predator of the jungle, circles with a massive wingspan and razor-sharp talons capable of easily crushing a monkey's skull. The harpy eagle possesses immaculate eyesight. Any figure darting frantically through the canopy is locked into its gaze in a split second, inviting a lethal dive. Yet, when the eagle's cold, piercing eyes sweep across the branch where the sloth hangs, it almost always overlooks it entirely, never pausing for a second. In the visual logic of a predator, motion signifies life and food, whereas pure stillness blended with environmental colors equates to nothing more than worthless dead wood or stone. With its ultimate slowness, the sloth weaves a perfect blind spot right under the predator's nose, successfully deceiving the top hunters. Faced with mortal danger, it displays no violent resistance, but rather an almost meditative forbearance, dissolving itself entirely into the surrounding world. Over the long ages, it has seen too many creatures perish from a moment of impulse, and too many strong beasts exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. It merely stays in place, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting the seasons turn, silently hoarding every faint ounce of energy to endure in the deepest silence. This slowness may look like weakness and incompetence in the eyes of the secular world, but within the dimension of time, it is an unrivaled, wisdom-filled defense mechanism of the highest order. The midnight rainforest welcomes another delicate, lingering downpour. Fine raindrops patter against banana leaves, generating a rustic, soothing white noise. Hanging from that ancient high trunk, the sloth slightly adjusts the angle of its body, letting the warm rain wash through its thick, algae-covered coat. In the prologue, we marveled at its counterintuitive stillness and its seemingly perilous riddles of fate. Now, all those mysteries have found their home in this peaceful rain. It has left the world no thrilling hunting legends, nor glorious records of conquering territories. What it leaves behind is simply a living, breathing, fluid microforest. Upon its body, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the foliage without leaving a trace. It uses its entire life to prove to us that in this universe filled with anxiety, competition, and clamor, slowing down is actually an extremely decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rain gathering outside your window and watching the dying embers of the hearth pulsing faintly in the dark, can you feel that profound serenity drifting down from the high canopy? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks, nor worry about tomorrow's unknowns. Like that sloth suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not try to remember. The night is far spent, and the tale of the rainforest has come to an end. May you carry this ultimate tenderness and tranquility. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. In the restless, ever-surging torrents of rivers, the laws of survival are often accompanied by ruthless predation and merciless exit. Yet, atop the freezing waters, a certain creature composes a miracle of life-resisting nature in the most gentle, defenseless posture. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. This otter quietly floats belly up in the icy currents, its paws tightly clasping those of its companion, peacefully closing its eyes amidst the rhythmically rippling waves. The outside world is accustomed to praising the cuteness of their sleeping hand-in-hand in romantic fairy tales, but few truly understand that this seemingly carefree being is actually suspended on the brink of life and death. The rivers they inhabit are not only bone-chillingly cold, but also harbor countless deadly whirlpools and rapids that can wash them away, drown them, or rip them apart in an instant. To survive on a rootless water surface, the otter has made a series of astonishing, even poignant evolutionary choices over countless ages. It surrendered the right to build a stable nest on dry land and entrusted its entire existence to the drifting waters, using an almost obsessive attachment to counter the cruelty of nature. This is no relaxing vacation, but a reclusive hermit drifting lonely in a river cradle, using a lifetime of trust and restraint to build an invisible sanctuary in a fluid world. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic churning of the waves beside the otter, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream gently enveloped by the current. As the morning river mist slowly disperses over the greening waters and icy river currents lap against moss-covered reefs, the entire river gradually awakens from absolute silence. At this moment, when most land animals begin to run and forage through the woods, the otter's day commences in extreme cold and alertness. It slowly rolls its body over from the placid water surface, its shiny black eyes, resembling wet obsidian, betraying a vigilance it can never discard for life. To understand this vigilance, we must first uncover its strict, almost cruel physiological ledger, which is the root of all its behaviors. Unlike other mammals living in frigid waters, the otter possesses no thick layer of subcutaneous blubber to insulate against the biting cold. This means that once the freezing water makes direct contact with its skin, its internal body heat drains completely within a few short minutes, triggering a fatal hypothermia. To battle extreme cold without the protection of fat, the otter has taken an extreme path of refinement through long evolution. It has developed the densest fur in the animal kingdom. On a single square centimeter of skin grow over 100,000, or even hundreds of thousands of delicate underfur hairs. This coat is divided into two layers. The outer guard hairs are coarse and waterproof, while the inner underfur is tightly intertwined, forming an airtight line of defense. As the otter swims, this thick coat traps a layer of microscopic air bubbles, creating a natural, aquatic greenhouse. However, maintaining this greenhouse comes at an exorbitant cost, requiring the otter to spend immense amounts of time daily grooming and cleaning its fur, as no dirt can be allowed to compromise the waterproof structure. Its entire life is like dancing on an invisible line between life and death, requiring absolute diligence to patch a life jacket coat that could leak at any moment. If we turn our attention to the otter's daily hunting, we find its life closely pursued by a hunger monster disguised as a hypermetabolic rate. Lacking fat insulation, the otter consumes energy at an unimaginable speed to maintain its body temperature. Its basal metabolic rate is over twice that of terrestrial mammals of similar size. This near-mad, high-energy consumption policy means it must ingest a quarter or even a third of its own body weight in food every single day just to barely balance survival. Consequently, the otter enjoys not a moment of peace during the day. It must constantly shuttle through the freezing depths, hunting for high-calorie prey like fish and crustaceans. Every single dive into deep waters is a life-skimming gamble, for the underwater pressure and plunging temperatures sap its remaining heat exponentially. When it finally catches a crab and surfaces, lying back on the water to crunch through the shell with its sharp teeth, its mind is gripped by immense dread of running out of fuel. It is no greedy predator, it is merely a river monk pushed to the brink by an astronomical fuel consumption rate, forced to stoke the body's furnace without a second's pause. In this ceaseless hustle, the otter's flesh and nerves remain tightly strung, leaving no spare energy to build complex social relationships. It conceals all its loneliness beneath its damp fur, turning every breath into a grueling rebellion against starvation, calculating the loss and gain of every single calorie alone in the turbulent currents. Yet, when night fully descends and the starry sky shatters into silver ripples upon the undulating water, the otter finally welcomes the tenderest, most fragile moment of salvation in its life. After a grueling day of hunting and grooming, the exhausted body must sleep, but atop a flowing river, slumber is an adventure fraught with unknowns. If it allows its body to drift freely, the rushing currents would sweep the defenseless creature downstream within hours, smash it against jagged rocks, or deliver it straight into the territory of nocturnal predators. At this fateful midnight juncture, the otter displays the most moving fluid philosophy and survival wit in the natural world. Sometimes, they seek out a massive kelp forest growing in the shallows, wrapping their long tails and bodies around the heavy frills to anchor themselves using the earth's roots. More often, however, in open rivers devoid of vegetation, two or more otters will slowly gather together, floating belly up side by side like a fleet of tiny boats. Then, they reach out their forepaws, searching for each other in mid-air, locking them tightly, unyieldingly together into a life alliance that never parts on the water. This hand-holding is not for play in the dark, it is the ultimate expression of trust, and trusting their lives to one another amidst flowing despair. They close their eyes to the rhythmic swaying of the waves, letting the cold river glide beneath them, those tightly locked paws becoming the only solid anchor they can touch in this rootless universe. In that moment, the river becomes a gentle cradle, the rhythmic sloshing hums a midnight lullaby, dissolving all the anxieties accumulated from a long day of hunger and cold. The river of an otter's destiny is not always smooth sailing. The most agonizing moments usually strike in the dead of night when a storm descends without warning. When flash floods unleash, the once gentle waves morph into roaring black walls of water within minutes, and the entire river violently trembles and tears apart. Awakened abruptly from its slumber, the otter must instantly endure a gargantuan, tearing pull from the depths of the torrent, a force bent on ruthlessly ripping apart interconnected lives. For an otter mother with a pup, this storm is a brutal trial determining the continuation of her bloodline. A newborn otter pup boasts fur with immense buoyancy, enabling it to bob on the surface like a cork, but its feeble limbs are utterly useless at navigating a torrent. The mother must lie back in the crashing billows, using her own body as a raft, allowing her baby to cling tightly to her belly while she locks her arms around it. In perilous moments when giant waves submerge them time and again, the mother must suppress her instinct to dive and escape, using her raw flesh to absorb the direct impact of the crests. The freezing water voraciously drains her body heat, and her hypermetabolism, starved of food replenishment, causes her muscles to throb with intense pain and tremors. Sometimes, the merciless torrent violently tears away their final embrace, sweeping the helpless pup into a dark vortex, leaving the mother with a scream instantly shredded by the gale and rain. This cruel deprivation of attachment is the deepest trauma the river inflicts upon the otter, the price of fate they must silently shoulder while enjoying the warmth of drifting. Through countless such baptisms of torrents across long evolutionary epochs, the otter has etched that attachment to its companion deep into its marrow and genes. Outsiders frequently misunderstand them, viewing these creatures, comical on land yet hyperagile in water, as animals that know only how to play and frolic. Yet, few witness their frantic anxiety as they scan for a companion scent with wet noses after a storm, or the slightly trembling relief when they reclasp each other's paws. They lack the supreme intellect of primates to alter nature, nor do they possess the razor claws of apex beasts to rule domains. Their sole weapon is that restraint and trust that refuses to let go in a fluid world. Under this extreme concentration, time seems to lose its sharp edge upon them, no longer a monster hounding life to sprint forward. Rivers shift and seasons turn, while they merely cradle quietly in their aquatic birth, weathering every peril-fraught midnight in the gentlest of postures. This slowness, this unreserved surrender to one another, might seem trivial to utilitarians, but within the vast epic of nature, it commands an unrivaled dignity of life. They use their entire existence to prove to this cold, shifting world that warmth does not necessarily spring from solid ground. Sometimes, it emanates solely from that small, firm grasp in the dark. At midnight, the river gradually reclaims its primal peace, that distant flash flood and storm long dissolved into the lengthy river of time. The fine river mist regathers like a shroud of soft tulle, tenderly draping over the tranquil surface, sealing off all the noise and clamor of the outer world. The otter, having braved countless daytime hunts and midnight gales, now floats smoothly belly up once more in the center of the cool waters. In the prologue, we attempted to unravel the mystery behind their sleeping hand in hand. Now, having listened to this chronicle of fur greenhouses, extreme energy consumption, and life and death separations, those riddles have found their answers in the rhythmic lapping of the waves. It has left no grand dens upon the solid earth, nor carved markers of dominion across the woods. What it leaves to this river are merely those gentle ripples expanding beneath the moonlight with its every breath. Listening to the faint, rhythmic rise and fall of the waves outside your window, a white noise like a river cradle, and watching the final, faint, introverted glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the fatigue within your body finally found its safe haven? Be like that creature beneath the starry sky, surrendering its paw to its companion. On this night that requires nothing of your wakefulness, requiring you to battle no torrents alone, gently lay down all thoughts of gains, losses, anxieties, and tomorrows. Let your body drift slowly with the softness of your bed, and let your mind dissolve completely into that peaceful, profound pool of dreams. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the river has hushed into silence. May you carry this hand-holding chemistry across thousands of years, rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. In the ferocious and unforgiving depths of the vast ocean, the laws of survival are often equated with ceaseless swimming, brutal tearing, and a blind chase after light. Yet, When one journeys past the limits that sunlight can reach and arrives at the deep-sea seal of the 10,000-meter mud bed, an abyss of near absolute zero and dense, twilight high pressure, a certain creature makes the most counterintuitive choice, actively treading toward the most desolate, lonely sanctuary of silence. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into her true life. This female giant octopus crouches quietly inside a dim, rocky reef dead end formed by a thick mud bed, thousands of meters beneath the surface, peacefully closing her eyes amidst the muffled roars of deep-sea tides insulated by water pressure. The outside world is accustomed to gazing upon their power and stealth as masters of camouflage among shallow-water coral reefs, but few truly understand that this seemingly omnipotent being is placing herself in a years-long ordeal of life and death, tasting neither food nor water. The deep-sea haven she has carved out faces an abyssal hell of near absolute zero outside, cold enough to shatter bones in an instant, yet inside, relying solely on her rise and fall of breath, she preserves a miraculous temperature hovering close to the spark of life. To nurture a new hope within this barren, pitch-black world, the maternal body, throughout a long evolutionary epoch, surrendered her vast hunting grounds and dialed her metabolism down to life's lowest spark, all to safeguard an ultimate maternal attachment. This is no tragedy of passive escape, but a serene epic of life written upon the fluid mud bed by a stoic solitary sentinel in the deep ocean wastes, using a lifetime of forbearance, maternal love, and restraint. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, low murmur of currents beside the giant octopus, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream gently enveloped by 10,000 meters of crushing pressure. When the last glint of faint deep-sea light vanishes entirely from the desolate mud bed, the freezing currents, laden with fine sediment, begin to rampage silently across the boundless abyss. At this hour, when most shallow-water creatures attempt to shrink back into reefs out of dread for the dark or collapse into desperate sleep, the giant octopus's day commences in extreme quietude and alertness. She slowly shifts her massive frame from the ancient shadows of the abandoned reef. Within those large, gentle black eyes unique to the deep ocean, there is a concentration she can never discard for life. To comprehend this focus, we must first confront her strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the turning point of her life and the first rift of destiny she must cross alone. At this moment, thousands of fragile eggs are quickening within her body, but upon the exceptionally barren mud of the deep floor, traditional hunting turns immensely difficult and volatile, and continuing to roam the open currents means a colossal drain of energy. To protect the unhatched crystals beneath her, the maternal body must find an absolute sanctuary for herself and her brood before her energy is spent completely. Halting before a deep, leeward reef, she begins to clear the surrounding silt outward, stroke by stroke, with her thick, powerful arms lined with countless suckers. This is an immensely long and physically taxing ordeal. The shifting currents threaten to bury her freshly cleared traces instantly, yet her movements display not a hint of haste. Each sweep of her arms is deliberate, filled with anatomical precision. She clears out a circular hollow downward along the rock, and at its terminal end, settles her massive flesh, carving out a perfect cloistered den. The ingenious mastery of this den lies in its elevation, which skillfully blocks the rushing cold currents outside, the faint body heat and respiratory water circulation she releases are locked beneath the canopy of her arms, while the cold water is kept isolated outside. As she uses her final few arms to fashion a defensive line from surrounding rubble, leaving only a microscopic crevice to sustain breathing, she seals herself off with her own hands from that ferocious, frigid, and slaughter-filled outer world. Within this narrow universe forged from dim mud, time seems to instantly lose all its sharp edges, transforming into a tranquil river flowing so slowly it almost grinds to a complete halt. Yet, within this isolated deep-sea haven, the price of life paid by the giant octopus mother is an ordeal of physiological extremes unimaged by the outside world. While the world outside endures the endless night of the 10,000-meter sea floor and the crushing pressure wrenches muffled groans from the surrounding water, the maternal body inside the mud bed has slowly settled down, curling her massive frame into a gentle protective shield. From this moment onward, through a long span of years or even thousands of days, she will taste no food, log no data of drinking water to replenish heat, and even superfluous swimming will cease entirely. In examining this unique brooding state of the giant octopus, the scientific community discovered with shock that it differs fundamentally from ordinary shallow-water octopuses. while common octopuses undergo a hatching period of just a few short months. The exceptionally low deep-sea temperatures slow cellular division to a crawl, forcing these eggs to span several years to hatch. This means that, without a single scrap of external energy replenishment, her body must function like a precise furnace operating at minimum output yet unable to extinguish its spark for a single second, relying entirely on burning the thick body tissues hoarded during her mature years. Through complex biochemical pathways, her internal cells are melted into a steady stream of heat, water, and vital kinetic energy needed to sustain respiration, while metabolic wastes are reabsorbed and reorganized in a wondrous loop within her flesh, leaving behind not a trace of waste. Entering accounts into the ledger, this ultimate discipline over energy and precision management coaxes the mother's brain into a state akin to meditative serenity. Her heart rate slows, and the beating of her 3 hearts becomes immensely long and steady. She has no need to ponder the shifting of currents, as nature outlines no plans to alter hunting routines, nor does she need to comprehend when the dark will pass. She only needs to lie here silently, using her raw flesh as a shield against the freezing torrent outside the den that is capable of annihilating all life. Amidst this intense solitude and numbness, she transforms scarcity into abundance and cold into security, anchoring an unbreakable fortress of maternal tenderness in the deepest recesses of the mud bed, right within the quiet span where the deep sea is at its heaviest and darkness seems as though it will never lift. This sealed rocky den welcomes the most moving climax in the epic of life amidst a flurry of exceedingly faint vibrations, resembling the stirring of fluid particles. Thousands of frail giant octopus hatchlings are born quietly into the boundless dark. They are so tiny and helpless that it is difficult to link them with the future behemoths of the deep wastes, possessing arms spanning several meters. A newborn hatchling is merely the size of a human fingernail. Their semi-translucent bodies glimmer within the faint bioluminescence, devoid of any capacity to ward off foes or care for themselves. If they were exposed outside the den for even a single second at this time, the icy currents would instantly sweep these delicate lives into the bottomless abyss, turning them into shards of seabed sediment. In this most fragile juncture of life, the giant octopus mother displays an inspiring delicacy and restraint. With immense slowness and profound gentleness, she shifts her colossal arms, coaxing these tiny lives softly into the deep sanctuary of her embrace with her suckers. Using her broad, warm, mucus-laden flesh filled with her final sparks of life, she wraps the eggs and larvae completely, constructing the safest fluid greenhouse in the world with her own respiratory water currents. Immediately following this, the alchemy sustained within her frame for years hits its most sublime peak. In a state of tasting neither food nor drink, her body tissues have withered to the translucent limit, yet her arms still instinctively sway in alternation, gently fanning silt away from the eggs and bringing fresh oxygen. This exceptionally pure respiratory current is the sole lifesaver for the little ones in the pitch black. They absorb it greedily, every quiver transmuting into sustenance for the growth of soft tissue and nerves. Through the subsequent months, the only melody within the narrow den is the rhythmic pulsing of the young and the deep, raspy respiration of the mother's siphon. These two sounds intertwine and echo within the small hollow, softening into a perfect midnight lullaby. The mother uses her own flesh and life as fuel, igniting a torch beneath the 10,000-meter mud bed that never goes out, passing this survival code down silently through generations for thousands of years. Yet, this lineage of life, staking all survival chips entirely upon a deep-sea sanctuary, must confront a brutal transformation of destiny the exact moment the young mature without warning. When the final cycle brings the first glimmer of light from an unknown bioluminescence, filtering faint blue-green rays through the edge of the den and casting a hazy, soft warmth across the mother's skin, she knows the hour of departure has come. The schools of giant octopus young now possess the capacity to drift and forage independently in the deep. Their semi-translucent bodies gleam with clarity and curiosity toward the unknown world. The mother rises, her muscular tissues, unextended for years, releasing a hollow, tearing sensation. Her internal fat and energy stores are completely spent, her weight slashed precisely by 2/3. The entire octopus appears gaunt, pale, and powerless, save for those eyes that remain serene and unyielding. Uncoiling the arms blocking the opening, she pushes the water outward forcefully one last time. As the final obstructing stones roll away, the long-lost deep-sea free fluid, like a razor-sharp silver broadsword, instantly pierces the years-long confinement, shooting straight into the depths of the den. That flash of movement forces the mother and her young, accustomed to stillness, to feel the pull of fate simultaneously. And when the young glide out of the fluid greenhouse along the gentle water ripples to stand once more upon the boundless deep wastes, the brutal veil of destiny is truly lifted. The world outside is no longer the landscape of their birth, due to periodic hydrothermal vent eruptions and the phantom diving of modern commercial fishing machinery. The once silent, level mud bed is enduring an unseen disruption, morphing into a scattering of volatile, unknown territories. The young puff water and glide excitedly through the chilly current, utterly unable to comprehend the profound farewell and heaviness in their mother's gaze, oblivious that she has hand-stepped toward her own life's end to secure this moment. After the young vanish completely into the terminal end of the bottomless abyss, this focal giant octopus, having burned through her final sparks of life, lies quietly upon the hollowed-out mud bed she guarded for years. Her skin begins to grow as fragile and pale as parchment, even dissolving and weathering silently under the gentle stroking of the currents, dissolving into that ancient sand. People in the outside world frequently praise their cunning and versatility as high-intelligence beings in shallow water exploration, mistakenly believing them to be cold-blooded ocean anomalies. Yet, few witness their disheveled desperation beneath a 10,000-meter chasm, using their raw flesh to block absolute zero to protect their young. Still fewer comprehend their years-long, flesh-consuming, voiceless vigil in the deep night wastes. They lack advanced language to recount this trial to the world, nor do they possess extra weapons to battle the decay of life. Their sole armor is that icy haven woven from their own arms and rocky reefs. Under this extreme concentration upon lineage and restraint, time seems to lose its past sharp edge upon their bodies, no longer a monster hounding life to sprint forward. Currents shift and eras turn, while they merely follow the ancient contract quietly, igniting the lone glimmer upon the abyss with maternal love during every deep-sea night when high pressure howls. This blind vigil, this unreserved surrender to life, may appear poignant under the brutal laws of natural selection, but within the vast epic of the universe, it commands an unrivaled dignity of life. She uses her entire existence to prove to this cold, volatile world that true security is never dictated by how ferocious the external storm rages, but by whether you can construct an unextinguishable, warm nest for the ones you love in the deepest sanctuary of your heart. At midnight, the 10,000-meter mud bed gradually reclaims its primal peace, that roar of new lives hatching and an old life dissolving long vanished into the lengthy river of time. The gorgeous, hazy deep-sea bioluminescence, like a silken ribbon, flows tenderly through the deep water columns, sprinkling a faint, soothing glimmer upon the boundless, silent floor. The giant octopus, having weathered the 1,000-day ordeal, the hatching trial, and the final farewell, has now fully transformed into a part of this mud bed, her flesh nourishing fresh microscopic life, her spirit slumbering peacefully in the ethereal currents. In the prologue, we sought to uncover the riddle of destiny behind its abyssal stillness. Now, having listened to this chronicle of high-pressure insulation, flesh autolysis, and silent vigil, those mysteries have found their answers within the white noise of the tides. It has left no eternal structures upon the earth, nor carved brilliant triumphs into history. What it leaves to these wastes are merely those gentle echoes of life expanding beneath the currents, vanishing yet reappearing every single reproductive cycle. Listening to the faint wind outside your window, a white noise like the long night currents across the polar abyss, and watching the final, faint, introverted glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the fatigue within your body finally found its safe haven? Be like that creature beneath the freezing water, cradling her young tightly in her embrace. On this night that requires nothing of your wakefulness, requiring you to battle no external high pressure alone, gently lay down all thoughts of gains, losses, anxieties, and tomorrows. Let your body settle slowly with the warmth of your bed, and let your mind dissolve completely into that pool of dreams, devoid of cold, containing only absolute sanctuary. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the abyss has hushed into silence. May you be accompanied by this art of solitude across thousands of years. Rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. In the grand, sweeping epic of natural evolution, speed, power, and sharp instincts are often revered as the iron laws of survival. Yet, on the ancient and lonely continent of Australia, a certain creature chose a completely opposite path. With its near-eternal stillness and 20 hours of daily slumber, it mocks the clamor of the secular world. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. This koala quietly clasps a weathered eucalyptus branch with both arms, peacefully closing its eyes in the gentle breeze laced with the crisp scent of eucalyptus. The outside world is used to defining it as cute, sluggish, or even foolish. Few know that the minty fragrant green forest it calls home is actually a biological wasteland filled with deadly toxins and barren fibers. To survive in this labyrinth of poison that deters most mammals, the koala has made a series of astonishing, even poignant evolutionary compromises over countless ages. It surrendered a highly developed brain, gave up the freedom to run, and dimmed its fire of life to the faintest spark, all to watch over a sanctuary of its own in a corner that does not belong to the strong. This is no tragedy of passive retreat, but a silent hymn of survival, sacrifice, and destiny written through a lifetime of restraint and numbness by a reclusive philosopher deep within the green canopy. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rustling of the leaves beside the koala, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream enveloped by the aroma of eucalyptus. As the first morning light of the southern hemisphere pierces through the dense branches of the eucalyptus grove, casting mottled golden shadows upon the dry earth, the entire forest becomes shrouded in a faint mist smelling of herbal medicine. While most living things begin their daily hustle, hunting, foraging, and calling out, the koala's day proceeds with its own rhythm in near sculptural immobility. It slowly shifts its plump body, its large, gentle ears lined with thick grayish-white fur twitching slightly, before burying its head between its legs once more. To understand this unhurried grace, we must first confront its strict, almost cruel physiological ledger. This ledger is the starting point of its life and the invisible shackle binding its destiny. The koala's sole source of food is the eucalyptus leaf, widely distributed across the Australian continent. These leaves are not only as tough and leathery as hide, but also packed with tannins and phenolic compounds that could easily poison other mammals to death. Worse still, the calories these leaves provide are pitifully meager. For any warm-blooded animal requiring high-intensity activity, eating eucalyptus leaves is akin to slow suicide on the brink of starvation. To take root in this toxic paradise, devoid of competitors, the koala evolved an unbelievable system of energetic austerity. Its basal metabolic rate is incredibly low, only about 50% of an ordinary mammal's, meaning its internal fire of life merely flickers weakly, incapable of supporting any intense expenditure. It abandoned the instinct to shiver for warmth and gave up active control over its body temperature. On chilly nights, it curls tightly into a furry ball to minimize heat loss. During scorching afternoons, it seeks out a cooler tree trunk, pressing its soft belly flush against it to dissipate internal heat through physical conduction. Its every heartbeat and every breath resemble an old clock intentionally wound down to a crawl, leisurely and deliberate, fully entrusting itself to the natural cadence of the forest. However, the heaviest price the koala paid in evolutionary history to maintain this ultra-low consumption lifestyle lies hidden inside its large, round cranium. In studying the koala's anatomy, biologists discovered a brutal secret: the koala's brain is exceptionally bizarre among mammals. Not only is it remarkably tiny, but it doesn't even fill the cranial cavity, floating like a shriveled walnut inside a skull awash with cerebrospinal fluid. Even more unusual is its remarkably smooth cerebral cortex, completely lacking the gyri and sulci, the folds and wrinkles, that ordinary mammals evolved to enhance cognitive capacity. From a biological standpoint, the brain is an incredibly expensive organ. Though it accounts for a tiny fraction of body weight, it drains over 20% of the body's total energy. Faced with barren and toxic eucalyptus leaves, the koala made a fiercely resolute choice over long ages of survival. To save energy, it actively shrank its own brain. The cost of this decision is clear: it stripped the koala of complex logical reasoning and the ability to react swiftly to sudden dangers. A famous experiment has left countless people sighing with pity. If plucked eucalyptus leaves are placed on a flat plate and offered to a koala, it fails to recognize them as food entirely. Deprived of the specific context of plucking from a branch, it will choose to starve to death right in front of the food. This sluggishness, appearing almost absurd to humans, is precisely the tragic destiny of trading intelligence for life. It has no need to contemplate the starry sky, plan for the future, or even comprehend the world before it. It only needs to remember a familiar scent and the tree fork supporting its weight. Faced with nature's coldest sorting, it bartered away intellect to secure millions of years of peaceful bodily reproduction in this toxic forest, a form of existential desolation hard to put into words. If the degeneration within the skull is the koala's silent compromise, then the specialized 2-meter-long cecum in its abdominal cavity is its secret battlefield against toxins in a quiet world. Every single eucalyptus leaf the koala consumes undergoes an agonizingly long journey of detoxification and digestion, much like an internal alchemy. Inside its disproportionately large cecum live billions of unique microbes. These tiny organisms work silently in the dark, breaking down tough fibers and dismantling or neutralizing deadly chemical toxins one by one. This process demands a colossal amount of stamina and time, which explains why the koala must immediately plunge into a deep sleep lasting several or even over a dozen hours after a modest meal of leaves. Its slumber is not born of laziness, but because its body is redirecting all blood and energy to the abdomen to wage a life-or-death battle of detoxification. Every time we see it dozing off on camera, a bloodless microscopic war is raging within its body, turning lethal arsenic into the nectar of life. Because eucalyptus leaves contain ample moisture, the koala barely ever needs to climb down to seek water throughout its long life. Its name in the local indigenous tongue means precisely, no drink. It isolates itself entirely within the canopy, severing ties with the chaotic world below and evading the fatal gazes of keen predators on the ground. In this intensely lonely discipline, the koala lives as an island floating in mid-air, communicating with no one and yielding to no hardship, silently chewing the bitterness of time amidst fragrance and numbness. The tenderest yet most heart-wrenching aspect of a koala's life is undoubtedly the tiny pouch nestled against the mother's abdomen. As a marsupial that never evolved a complete placenta, a mother koala's gestation lasts a mere 35 days, and the newborn cub can hardly be called a fully formed life. The newborn koala joey is only the size of a peanut, weighing less than a single gram. Hairless, blind, and with undeveloped ears, it looks as fragile as a drop of translucent water. The moment it is born, this tiny life, devoid of almost all sensory perception, must rely purely on instinct to crawl laboriously through its mother's coarse fur, eventually slipping into the warm, backward-facing pouch. Inside that blind pouch filled with the aroma of milk and endless darkness, the joey spends 6 months of silent time, its safest and purest sanctuary. However, as those 6 months pass and the cub grows, peeking its furry little head out, it must confront the first and most unique hurdle of its life, weaning and learning to eat toxic eucalyptus leaves. To help the joey's delicate stomach adapt to future poisons, the mother expels a special, semi-digested soft fecal byproduct from her pouch, known scientifically as pap. Rich in detoxifying microbes from the mother's cecum, the cub must feed exclusively on this substance for several consecutive weeks to establish its own internal immune system. This method of feeding, which might seem unclean or primitive to the secular world, is the greatest bond of heritage maternal love can forge in an exceptionally barren environment. Using her own digestive products, the mother fashions a shield against toxins for her child, passing this survival wisdom down silently through generations for thousands of years. Yet, this extreme evolution, staking all survival chips entirely on eucalyptus forests, has turned into a fatal vulnerability before the tidal waves of human civilization and drastic climate change. The koala's unique muscle and claw anatomy grants it unparalleled grip on tree trunks, but once it leaves the trees and ventures onto the solid earth, it plummets into immense panic and helplessness. Their hind limbs are short and ill-suited for running. On crisscrossing highways and human pastures, they can only amble along in an agonizingly slow, waddling gait. A more harrowing fate descends during the exceptionally dry, blistering summers of the Australian continent. When bushfires, whipped up by gale-force winds, turn into raging oceans of flame swallowing the eucalyptus forests, the tragedy of the koala reaches its zenith. Because eucalyptus leaves are rich in volatile oils, they trigger devastating explosions when exposed to extreme heat, turning an entire tree into a massive torch in an instant. At such times, the koala's ancient instinct for danger, climbing higher and deeper into the canopy and holding deathly still against the trunk, becomes a fatal curse pushing them into the abyss. They cannot leap across meters of shrubbery like kangaroos to flee the inferno, nor can they take wing like birds. They can only watch helplessly as the fire creeps up from below, consumed by rolling choke smoke and heat waves in the canopy they loved all their lives. In the ashes of those disasters, people often find surviving koalas with their thick paw pads severely burned, yet still mechanically and instinctively clinging for dear life to carbonized, blackened trunks, their eyes filled with innocence and confusion. This blind defense of home is a logic of destiny etched into the deepest core of their genes, and their most heart-wrenching, powerless rebellion against a fast-changing modern world. Tonight, that distant forest fire has long been extinguished by the passage of time, and the night sky of the southern hemisphere has reclaimed its primal depth and vastness. The Milky Way, like a radiant ribbon of white silk, spans quietly across the eucalyptus canopy. Meanwhile, the koala, having weathered the storms of fate, slumbers on in its familiar fork. In the prologue, we sought to uncover the secret behind its 20-hour daily sleep. Now, stripping away the harsh truths of toxins, brain degeneration, and raging fires, what remains for us is an absolute tranquility transcending life and death. With a near-ultimate form of inaction, it has peacefully endured for countless centuries on a planet rife with predation and competition. It leaves the forest no destruction and no plunder, only a faint aroma of eucalyptus that diffuses through the deep night with its every breath. In its world, nothing is worth hurrying for, and no anxiety is worth sacrificing sleep over. Living itself is a serene vigil kept high in the treetops. Listening to the faint breeze outside your window, sounding like it traveled from the heart of the woods, and watching the final, faint, warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the fatigue within your body finally found its resting place? Be like that creature beneath the starry sky, cradling its tree trunk. On this night that requires nothing of your consciousness, gently lay down all thoughts of right and wrong, gains and losses, and futures. Let your limbs unwind slowly in the warmth of your sheets, and let your mind dissolve entirely into that peaceful, profound pool of dreams. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, the forest has hushed into silence. May you be accompanied by this crisp fragrance, rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the ferocious and brutal sun-scorched barrens, the laws of survival are often equated with the clash of power, the gamble of speed, and fierce long-distance raids. Yet, atop the freezing, clear desert's starry sky, a certain creature composes an acoustic miracle of life, dissolving the clamor of heaven and earth in the lightest, gentlest posture. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This fennec fox stands quietly upon a windless, cool sand dune beneath the desert's starry sky, his fur, as soft as silk and laced with delicate milk-white mottling, appearing boundlessly serene under the faint moonlight. The outside world is accustomed to calling them dune hermits or elven foxes in terrifying legends, but few truly understand that this seemingly mysterious and bizarre creature is actually a reclusive sage utilizing acoustic physics to the absolute limit. The life path he charts is an absolute silence devoid of any air friction sound or tearing burst of wind, just like a silent breeze brushing over sand grains. Even the keenest nocturnal insects cannot detect his descent. To survive in a world without water droplets, the fennec fox made a series of astonishing, even poignant evolutionary compromises along its lengthy lineage. He surrendered the compact, sharp head proportions of traditional mammals and remodeled his pinpa into a hearing radar that is hypervulnerable to noise damage and intensely fragile, solely to barter for an absolute precise listening inside the barrens. This is no relaxed or elegant hunting cruise, but a hermit meditating lonely in the deep dark, constructing an invisible anechoic chamber within the shifting dunes through a lifetime of restraint, endurance, and concentration. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, gentle microsand grain flows beside the fennec fox, and immerse yourself in this midnight dreamscape tenderly wrapped in silent whispers. When the last glint of faint autumn twilight vanishes completely from the desolate sand barrens, the chilly night wind, laden with parched dust, begins to unfold silently across the boundless earth. At this hour, when most living things attempt to shrink back into deep burrows out of dread for the diurnal temperature variance or collapse into desperate sleep, the fennec fox's day commences in extreme quietude and alertness. He slowly turns his head from the ancient sandy opening of the abandoned burrow. Upon that perfectly V-shaped face, as delicate as a white porcelain plate, two eyes as black as ink betray a concentration he can never discard for life. To comprehend this focus, we must first uncover his strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the starting point of all his actions and the acoustic shackle binding his destiny. Unlike other birds of prey or beasts that rely on speed or strength to hunt in daylight, the fennec fox's life belongs completely to the pitch black, and prey in the dark usually harbor a hypersensitive alertness to vibrations. If his body were as coarse and devoid of a heat-dissipating mechanism as an ordinary fox's, the exact moment he faced the 50-degree heat of daytime, his internal heat would accumulate to a lethal payload within a few short minutes, triggering fatal dehydration. To survive in this corner devoid of water sources, the fennec fox thoroughly remodeled his pinna across long ages on a microfluid dynamics level. If we magnify his ears under a microscope, an awe-inspiring physical world reveals itself. Within his colossal pinna, which commands nearly half the proportions of his head, are densely distributed a staggering number of regularly arranged rigid capillaries resembling miniature cooling pipes. These tiny vessels act like a fleet of delicate cooling fins, silently slicing and radiating the massive heat accumulated inside his frame into the air as the night wind blows. Immediately following this, a layer of ultrafine velvet-like underfur coating his internal ear surfaces acts like a thick sponge, perfectly absorbing and dissolving these faint vibrations swaying with the wind. Ultimately, when the current flows past the trailing edge of the pinna, a defensive line woven from countless soft, staggered, fringe-like hairs, it transitions smoothly back into the air, leaving behind not a single noise-generating vortex. This ultimate sound-softening and heat-radiating structure allows his core body heat and kinetic movement energy to strike a balance in the gentlest way on a microscale as he wanders the freezing night sky, unhurried and deliberate, fully complying with the natural laws of fluid dynamics. His entire life is spent within this cooling greenhouse built by hand from hundreds of millions of gentle fur strands, demanding the utmost diligence to mend and nurse that vital coat which could fail at any moment due to mere dirt. However, the heaviest price the fennec fox pays in its epic of life to sustain this ultimate silent movement and listening lies hidden within its seemingly sturdy pinna, which actually offers zero resistance to moisture. To attain peak acoustic clarity, the fennec fox's pelage abandoned the thick stratum corneum owned by most mammals during its evolution, meaning it cannot smear sebum across its fur surfaces to gain flawless thermal insulation like a polar bear or a camel. His ears are porous, loose, and hypersusceptible to evaporative water loss. When a sudden midnight rainstorm descends without warning over the ancient wilderness, it marks a lethal catastrophe for the fennec fox. The instant those crystalline, freezing raindrops make contact with his ears, they do not beat up and roll off as they would on other animals, but rapidly infiltrate and saturate his thick underfur layer like a sponge soaking up water. Once waterlogged, the fur collapses and mats together instantly, which not only strips him of that vital air-insulating greenhouse in a flash, but also causes his head weight to skyrocket, turning his cranium as heavy as iron. At this juncture, with every labored stride he makes across the storm-beaten dunes, he emits an exceptionally coarse, muffled sound of sand friction, completely stripped of his proud, silent close-up protection. Plunged into this intense wretchedness, he can catch no insects hidden deep beneath the shifting sand in the dark, and worse, he slides into fatal hypothermia due to the sudden drain of stamina and the massive energetic expense of keeping warm. Consequently, when rare seasons of unceasing rain arrive, the fennec fox is frequently forced to stay in the blind corners of ruined burrows, enduring days and nights of starvation, his eyes flashing with immense dread of an unknown clear sky. This is precisely why every single fennec fox's perception of weather is honed to a near-obsessive degree. As elegant as they are beneath a clear night sky, they are equally desolate amidst continuous rain. This acoustic dominance bartered away at the cost of waterproofing rights is a destiny hymn etched into the deepest core of their genes, anchoring their lifelong security to a mere straw that could snap with a single rain dot. If the blood vessels on his ears are the fennec fox's invisible armor for conquering the desert, then his perfectly shaped face and completely asymmetrical auditory nerve distribution are his secret weapons for battling fate in a silent world. In the absolute pitch black of a night devoid of a single ray of light, when his eyes lose all utility for observing the world, the fennec fox relies on his auditory spatial mapping system, unmatched in the biological realm. That pair of colossal pinnae, as delicate as white porcelain plates, is actually not for aesthetics. It is a precise, sound-collecting radar, forged from exceptionally stiff, densely packed cartilage. It can precisely refract, focus, and amplify those incredibly faint sound waves generated by sand friction or insects crawling centimeters beneath the sandy floor. In the wastes, directing them straight into his ear canals hidden deep beneath the coat. Even more abnormal is that the cochlea on his left and right sides harbor a clever, fine-tuning mechanism. When capturing audio, one biases toward high frequencies, one biases toward low frequencies, one faces forward, one faces back. This setup looks close to a deformity to humans, but in fluid acoustics, it stands as a divine design capable of drafting a three-dimensional map. When a sliver of sound wafts from beneath the sand layers, owing to the difference in location, the time it takes for the sound to reach the fennec fox's left and right ears differs by an incredibly minute delta of a few 10,000ths of a second, accompanied by a subtle intensity variance. The fennec fox's brain, not colossal in volume, yet allocating the vast majority of its neurons to the auditory processing system, can capture this minute delta in a split second. He does not need to ponder the vastness of the starry sky or scheme a path for tomorrow, he only needs to translate this tiny time variance into an absolute coordinate precise to the millimeter inside his mind. When he pounces silently down from a sand dune, his forepaws clamping unerringly and digging apart prey hidden deep within the drifts in the pitch dark, he doesn't even need to open his eyes. In this pure devotion of total intellect to sound, the fennec fox lives as an auditory island, floating in mid-air, severing all crossings with the chaotic world of daylight, silently keeping vigil over the secrets of the long night in wordless stillness. The thread of a fennec fox's destiny spans not only the subtleties of microscopic physics, but also carries that poignant moment hidden at the boundary where ancient ecosystems clash with modern civilization. Over past centuries, the habitats the fennec fox clung to most were the ancient windless dunes and abandoned stone caves widely scattered across the North African Sahara and rustic deserts. The sandy strata there were dry, warm, and exhaled a comforting scent of aged rock and soil, his most flawless reproductive haven and midnight roost. When the summer night breeze of June ripples through the sand waves, the fennec fox mother, in the deepest recesses of the dim cave, tenderly shields her litter of freshly opened-eyed kits with her own body. She must endure over 30 days of silent time there, a nest brimming with dry sand aromatics and endless quietude, the safest nesting attachment she gives her posterity. Yet, under the ruthless crush of the era's giant wheel, ancient natural civilization was thoroughly torn asunder and replaced within a few short decades by cold, soaring off-road jeep wheels and industrial tourism projects. Those silent dunes were bulldozed and compacted, morphed into uniform, motor-roaring off-road rally circuits, completely severing the ancient contract between the fennec fox and the earth. When the fox mother and her young awaken startled in this world choked by the roars of modern machinery, finding that the noise-canceling pelage and asymmetrical ears they depend on for life are rendered useless before the endless industrial din, the dread and despair in their hearts hit a zenith. Noise pollution shatters the accuracy of their internal 3D map-making, while environmental shifts strip them of their final warm eaves to evade the blistering sun. In the blind spots of those abandoned ruins, people frequently glimpse their solitary figures standing, their pristine, delicate V-shaped faces coated in industrial soot, their eyes filled with innocence, confusion, and a quiet sigh for this fast-changing world. Returning once more to the deep blind spots of the desolate dunes, the fennec fox becomes an invisible sage wrapped in the night again, quietly and coldly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the earth. In the vast night sky, countless creatures fly in a frantic rush driven by desire or shriek out of terror, running blindly in the dark, frantically draining their stamina for mere scraps of survival. Yet, when the fennec fox's smoke-light figure sweeps across the tips of the sand dunes, the entire space seems to slow down owing to this meditative composure, and time loses its past sharp edge within his pinna. With ultimate silence, he successfully weaves a blind spot net free from worldly disruption amidst the turbulent currents of the night sky. Faced with the plight of survival and the squeeze of the era, he displays no violent rebellion or angry bark, but rather a near-sculptural forbearance and absolute yielding to natural laws. Over long ages, he has seen too many powerful beasts perish from a moment of impulse, and too many monarchs exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. He merely stays in his own corner, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting time weather the stone walls, silently hoarding every faint ounce of strength to perpetuate his bloodline in the deepest silence. This slowness, this ultimate pursuit of quietude, might seem a trivial exit in the eyes of the clamorous modern secular world, but within the boundless dimension of time, it commands an unrivaled, dignity-filled philosophy of higher life. The barons of the deep night welcome another delicate, lingering breeze. The rustling wind brushes past withered desert plants and waves of sand, generating a rhythmic, reassuring white noise. Perched upon the ancient sand dune, the fennec fox slightly adjusts the angle of his ears, letting the cool night wind carry away the final trace of daytime chaos and fatigue from his frame. In the prologue, we marveled at his counterintuitive silent listening and his acoustic riddles within the freezing night. Now, all those mysteries have found their best home in the deep recesses of this placid sky. He has left the world no deafening roars, nor glorious records of conquering vast territories. What he leaves behind is simply a tender trace gliding beneath the moonlight without producing a single sound. In his world, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the micropinny, completely cancelled of noise. He uses his entire life to prove to us that in this universe packed with anxiety, competition, and noise, remaining quiet and learning to listen is actually an exceptionally decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rhythmic rise and fall of the night wind rustling outside your window and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks with intense anxiety, nor tremble over tomorrow's unknowns. Like that weathered being suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the physics story inside the midnight penny has concluded. May you carry this ultimate tenderness, tranquility, and silent attachment. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. When you lie on your bed in the windless dark of night, watching the moonlight cut into mottled shards by the curtains, your brain may still be tossing and turning over the clamor and regrets of the day. Yet, the most famous counterintuitive miracle in the history of biological evolution, and the most fascinating ultimate riddle, coldly tells us that at the very bottom of those cold, turbid rivers on Earth that see not a single ray of sunlight, a silent spiritual practice lasting 200 million years is actually taking place. If we turn our gaze toward that deep-water world filled with unknown silt, you will not see a single shred of modern species impatience, you will only see an extraordinarily peculiar frame, akin to a mythical creation, gliding gently through the ultradark aquatic depths with eyes closed. It does not rely on sight, it does not depend on hearing, and at the very instant it plunges beneath the water, it seals its eyes, ears, and nostrils tightly inside the folds of its skin, completely severing all direct contact with the external physical world. The silent roaming of the platypus, tactile potentials at the bottom of dark rivers. Today, it is no longer a comical summary about primitivity and degeneration in a science journal, but an ultimate meditative lullaby left by nature for the night and for insomniacs. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. In this micro-wandering of extreme self-restraint at the bottom of dark rivers, all daytime anxieties and impetuousness will be ruthlessly washed away by the vastness of the timescale, leaving behind only the ultimate serenity, destiny, and tenderness. The first fracture of destiny in our story unfolds during a bitterly cold dusk, where the air faintly bears the crisp fragrance of eucalyptus and a chilly wind brushes across the water's surface. It is a slow-moving, pristine stream nestled on the eastern edge of the Australian continent, where ancient ferns along the banks cast long, low-saturation dark grey shadows into the night. A 3-year-old platypus, petite in size, refined in features, and covered entirely in dense, waterproof fur like a sea otter, squats quietly on the soft, damp grey mud of the bank. Its flat, leathery black bill rhythmically touches the water, stirring up circles of extremely faint, beautifully delicate ripples that are regular almost to the point of hypnosis. Within the ancient physiological world inside its body, one of nature's most wondrous prompts for sleep is quietly occurring. Unlike terrestrial mammals whose blood boils and heartbeats skyrocket for the chase, its core biological clock secretes an intensely restrained, introverted hormonal stream throughout its frame. Through the baptism of 200 million years, its basal metabolic rate has been actively pressed down to an unimaginably low trough, supreme, most tender physiological retreat made after seeing through how worldly laws exploit life. The dusk deepens, and at the exact split second the last glint of twilight is completely swallowed by the shadows of the flowing water, its feet push off gently. With an exquisitely elegant motion that makes not a single splash, it glides smoothly into the dark, freezing depths of the underwater world. At that precise instant, the skin folds on its face spontaneously tighten, enveloping and sealing away its eyes and ears perfectly. Its vision vanishes into a pure, absolute blackness, and its ears can no longer catch the land's wind and clamor. It surrenders itself entirely to this dark river, discarding all the arrogance of modern high-energy senses, relying solely on that specialized bill swaying gently from side to side in the current to begin a midnight silent cruise wholly independent of the sun. Once the floodgates of its senses are completely shut, the small platypus's seemingly clumsy black bill unveils a miracle of slow aesthetics that transcends the limits of human imagination within the dark. Riverbed silt. This is a tapestry of time carved out by nature's most rigorous physical laws. Across the leathery, soft skin of its bill are densely distributed a staggering 40,000 incredibly sensitive electroreceptors, alongside tens of thousands of precise mechanical tactile receptors. As it glides along the turbid, freezing river bottom with an exceptionally regular, side-to-side swaying gait, these receptors capture minute potential difference changes of 1/10,000,000th of a volt in the surrounding water with a voiceless frequency. Within its microscopic realm, the ultradark river floor is actually an intensely gorgeous, orderly starry sky woven from faint electrical currents. A tiny shrimp a few centimeters away in the mud gently twitches a muscle, releasing a sliver of a biological electrical signal into the current, and this signal instantly sparks a gentle ripple within the grid of the bill. It has no need to open its eyes or discern the color of its neighbor. Through 200 million years of forbearance and evolution, its cerebral cortex long ago mastered decoding these faint potential differences into panoramic maps of the riverbed, brimming with geometric beauty and absolute certainty. It drifts through this dark gold castle woven of currents and aquatic white noise, every movement slowed to the absolute limit, devoid of any haste, devoid of any aggression. It merely yields to the will of gravity and flowing water, breathing silently within the crevices of each sedimentary rock. Time slows its steps completely here. The epochal shifts and the rise and fall of civilizations upon dry land manifest in the center of this icy riverbed mud merely as a subtle dissipation of a 10,000,000th of a gram in the decay rate of a fallen leaf on the surface. Like a refined elder who has weathered the ages and seen through the disillusionment of fame and wealth, it quietly recalibrates its heart rate with every slow sweep of the water ripples, turning this 200-million-year-old body into a miniature oasis of self-healing, covered in fine gray fur, drifting in the perpetual night. To truly perceive the secret of life wrapped beneath this deep water and earth, we must pivot our perspective to the most poignant milestone of its existence, filled with the tension of fate and power, the late autumn vigil of brooding. During the annual breeding season, the mother platypus, elegant in form, with melancholy eyes, will alone dig out a deep, damp subterranean tunnel spanning up to 20 meters into the bank sloping by the stream. At the very end of this tunnel lies a deeply warm, secure chamber lined with decaying leaves. To shelter her two precious, ancient eggs, whose shells are as soft and pliable as leather, from the ruthless compression of external predators, she uses her flat tail to beat the damp earth firm, inch by inch. She erects several sturdy barricades within the tunnel, completely severing herself from the bustling world outside. This is an ultimate cloistered meditation lasting several weeks, unwritten by a single word, pushing a mother's love, ordered with human-like logic, to its absolute peak. In the darkest depths of the mud bed and tree burrow, shielded from the sun, she presses the two eggs tightly against her warm abdomen, using her own core heat to counter the biting terrestrial chills seeping from the soil. In that cramped space, the conventional concept of time undergoes a transformation close to a miracle. She possesses no hard eggshells or incubator like ordinary birds. She can only use her own endurance and flesh to bear the unceasing pressure of the dark, until two tiny, semi-translucent hatchlings, no larger than peanuts, break through. In the subsequent nursing phase, what inspires even deeper awe and tenderness is that, as a member of the ancient order Monotremata, her body never evolved any teat structures for suckling. The surface of her refined belly fur, much like a human secreting sweat during a state of deep relaxation, lets rich, milk-white fluid, brimming with antibacterial factors, ooze out with extreme slowness and restraint through specialized glandular pores. The two tiny joeys keep their eyes closed, resting upon her warm belly with utter submission and deep attachment, licking away these drops of primeval nectar as they stream through the fur. In this voiceless, sweet-scented micro-oasis, they pass the spark of life down through the generations. This subterranean lineage, rife with relational tension and clashing with the outer epoch, carries no announcements and makes not a single sound. The mother silently bears the toll of exhausted stamina, her every breath carving out a tender domain for her young so they are not wholly consumed by absolute darkness, forging physical pain into the most unyielding, long-lasting confession on this planet amidst frigid silence. The most profoundly healing and reassuring aspect of the platypus's silent roaming lies in its absolute equity and eternal stillness, which transcend all human social structures. In the year 2026, no matter how unimaginably high the technology of human society has climbed, and no matter how secular utility, fame, and anxiety cause souls to toss and turn in the dead of night, unable to find rest, this slow-moving life dwelling at the dark river bottom keeps the tactile potential frequencies within its body synchronized to that exact same intensely slow, intensely restrained unique beat from 200 million years ago. Right at this moment, in this room so quiet you can only catch the faint murmurs of shifting water, and in every corner of this building, nature's purest aesthetic of survival transforms into a psychological prompt steeped in a sense of attachment, softly stroking your taut cerebral cortex and soothing your anxious heartstrings. That tiny platypus has no need to prove its might in a storm, nor tremble over tomorrow's direction. It simply accepts the limitations of its physical frame with equanimity, choosing to shut down all its external senses every single night, surrendering itself completely to this icy river that has embraced it for millennia. Its every faint heartbeat, its every slow glide across the mud bed, telepaths an anchor of absolute acceptance to the midnight insomniac. It's all right. Now is the time to rest. You can safely close your eyes, and shut away your sight and hearing. No matter how chaotic the world becomes, the ultra-dark aquatic floor forever preserves its most certain tranquility and self-healing. Before such a grand, unyielding, and eternal ecological law, all the gains and losses we cling to during the day, the anxieties, regrets, and pains that strip us of our sleep, reveal themselves to be utterly insignificant, like a single speck of gray dust drifting down upon the oceanic riverbed, vanishing in a flash. Like an elegant elder who has witnessed the rise and fall of space and time, it whispers tenderly in your ear during every lonely night, using a near-static evolutionary rhythm of 200 million years. Lay down your defenses. Return all your tension back into the ultra-slow cadence of nature. Everything is well, everything will pass. Through a silent voyage and physiological endurance spanning 200 million years, it proves that the complete shutting away of senses and self-retreat stand as the most ultimate, long-lasting ancient self-healing aesthetic in this cold world. As the midnight tides gradually smooth over every rise and fall of the entire river, that silent roaming ball unfolding at the bottom of the dark waters will ultimately meet its most gentle nocturnal curtain drop. Over the coming hours, that gentle hermit, having catalogued tens of thousands of potential perceptions beneath the surface, will completely cease its slow cruising along the margins of the mud bed. Following familiar lines of gravity, it will return deep within that dim tree burrow blanketed in layers of dry grass and fallen leaves, dangling its limbs in the most relaxed posture to slip into a deep torpor lasting over a dozen hours. The entire frigid underwater space will harbor no further stirrings. Only those threads of faint bioelectric particles emanating from the skin of its bill will quietly disperse through the icy water, releasing a delicate, subtle fragrance touched with the lingering warmth of fallen leaves and ancient snows, wrapping you and this weary world together in silence. The silent roaming of the platypus, tactile potentials at the bottom of dark rivers, she has answered all the ultimate riddles regarding the rhythm of survival posed in the prologue. She proves that we are never orphans who appeared by chance in the lonely dark, but beautiful notes destined to emerge within this 200 million year-long symphony of the earth. The world has grown perfectly still. The moonlight outside your window, moving in tandem with the blood circulation inside your body, weaves a shroud of dim light and shadow, safest and most reassuring, within your room. There is no need to ponder where the destination of growth lies, nor fret over when tomorrow's wind and rain will cease. You only need to align with the ancient, regular, slow heartbeats of these creatures from the deep and completely relax your breathing. The story has gently come to rest. That river lullaby, performed in concert by silt and tactile potentials, echoes softly inside your mind. Please close your eyes, and sink peacefully into this deepest, most tranquil dreamscape woven for you by a platypus. Good night. In the late Cretaceous period, when the Earth was ruled by fierce and violent forces, all living creatures seemed to follow a remarkably similar philosophy of survival: to grow taller at all costs, to look upward with all their might, striving to hold their heads high to touch the most dazzling sunlight and the most regal forest canopy. Yet, in this brutal race for height and majesty, there appeared a deeply peculiar and misplaced misfit. Its neck lacked any elegant curve, tilting forward heavily and strangely instead. Its limbs were uncommonly short and stocky, making its appearance look comical and clumsy among its peers. Tonight, by the gentle flicker of the hearth, let us immerse ourselves in this story, one you need not effort to remember, and step into the true lifetime of this ancient creature. The friend we are about to meet is named Isis, an ancient soul burdened for a long time by the prejudices of time and appearance-related anxieties. Under the blazing midday sun, it felt incredibly despondent. Every attempt to lift its head brought nothing but the ruthless ache of its bones and the prideful, downward stares of its kind. But the wonder of destiny often lies right here. When those towering giants exhaust their energy in daytime rivalries and sink into deep sleep at midnight, the miracle belonging to Isis truly begins. As the clamor recedes and darkness drapes a tender veil over the primeval forest, Isis slowly opens its eyes. It suddenly discovers that this body, once deemed flawed and destined never to look up at the sky, actually conceals a secret blessing it had never realized. Now, the world's noise has nothing to do with you. Please try, like the Isis in the night, to let down all defenses, let your heavy thoughts slowly settle, and begin this ancient meditation on acceptance and serenity. Under the blazing sun of the late Cretaceous on the Deccan Plateau, the air hung heavy with the characteristic parching heat and pungent scent of volcanic ash. It was the golden age of giants, a brutal jungle that deified strength and height. The immense bulk of the Isis seemed extraordinarily conspicuous and awkward among a herd of elegantly built, high-necked titanosaurs. Its forelimbs were stouter and longer than its hind limbs, causing its entire back to slope down awkwardly like a bizarre ramp from its shoulders to its hips. What brought it the deepest self-consciousness was its completely unerectable neck. Rather than curving upward like a swan's, it jutted straight forward mechanically, as if born carrying a heavy, unremovable yoke. Whenever the first rays of dawn touched the forest, its peers would effortlessly stretch their long necks to gracefully pluck the tenderest leaves growing 100 meters high, their calls echoing through the misty clouds, filled with a conqueror's pride. Meanwhile, Isis could only stand at the margins of the shadows, unable to raise its gaze even to the middle section of the trees due to its anatomical limitations. The sun beat down on its rough, bumpy skin, causing waves of scorching pain, and the concrete-like dust kicked up by the towering dinosaurs as they passed isolated it completely within the darkness. During countless moments ruled by the daytime, Isis habitually hid itself deep within the thickest brush, its heart overflowing with a sense of powerlessness and resentment toward its own misshapen body. It could not understand why nature had granted it such a massive skeleton, yet stripped away its right to gaze at the sky and enjoy the sunlight, forcing it to live like a cramped shadow in an era belonging to giants. The blazing sun of the day eventually sinks in the west, and as that giant red sun which brings endless heat vanishes below the horizon, the Cretaceous forest welcomes its tenderest salvation. Darkness spreads like a tide, cleanly wiping away the towering canopies, the menacing volcanic cones, and the violent footprints of the behemoths. Those invincible predators and proud herbivores of the day, exhausted from their immense expenditure of energy, now have no choice but to lie submissively on the ground, releasing heavy, slow snores. In this very moment, the forest truly belongs to the night, belongs to silence. Isis slowly awakens from its slumber. Without those critical and scrutinizing daytime eyes, it experiences an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. The night breeze brushes past, washing away the residual volcanic ash from its skin, bringing the moisture of distant rivers and the crisp scent of soil. It tries taking a step forward. Its uncommonly short limbs, which seemed so clumsy during the day, exhibit an astonishing stability in the deep night, free from haste and comparison. Each footstep onto the soft fallen leaves and moss feels like a pair of heavy palms engaging in a profound dialogue with the earth's chest, entirely steady, offering a powerful sense of psychological security. It no longer attempts to lift that neck which caused it so much pain, instead yielding to its body's instinct, letting its heavy head drape naturally to hover just a few decimeters above the ground. At this height, it suddenly catches a scent it had never noticed during the day, the sweet nectar quietly secreted by ferns at night, and the rich, earthy fragrance of humus, belonging to the very source of life. Its massive body moves slowly through the darkness, like an ancient submarine silently cruising the depths of a dark ocean, restrained, slow, and making no noise to disturb the world. When Isosaurus completely abandons its obsession with height and fully lowers its head, a whole new world of microscopic details and profound tranquility unfolds before it. This is a mysterious realm that its high-reaching peers, who spend their entire lives gazing upward, could never possibly access. Closest to the soil, the transmission of sound becomes extraordinarily clear and textured. Isosaurus closes its eyes, and its uniquely forward-leaning neck now serves as a perfect acoustic receptor, infinitely magnifying every minute pulse of the earth. In the ultimate stillness, it hears the sound of flora growing, the faint rustling of fern roots as they stretch and slowly expand outward within the warm soil. It hears the moisture inside the earth whispering as it climbs upward against gravity along the plant's veins, nourishing each leaf. Even the delicate rhythm of ancient fungi weaving their underground networks, their mycelia touching, breaking, and fusing back together, clearly reaches its ears. This sound is not a chaotic noise, but an exceptionally soothing, rhythmically alive primeval lullaby flowing gently through its mind. Isosaurus experiences an unprecedented awe. It turns out that beneath the feet ignored by everyone, there beats such a tender and immense symphony of life. All the physical defects that caused it agony during the day have transformed in this moment into the most precise instruments for exploring this mysterious world. Precisely because its neck leans forward so strangely, it can press its ears close to the ground without any effort. Precisely because its bones are robust and short, its center of gravity is low enough to integrate into the Earth's embrace in the most perfect posture. It begins to understand that the creations of the universe are never absolutely flawed. Its body was shaped this way not to conquer the sky, but to soothe and listen to this silent earth. When Isosaurus completely abandons its obsession with height and fully lowers its head, a whole new world of microscopic details and profound tranquility unfolds before it. This is a mysterious realm that its high-reaching peers, who spend their entire lives gazing upward, could never possibly access. Closest to the soil, the transmission of sound becomes extraordinarily clear and textured. Isosaurus closes its eyes, and its uniquely forward-leaning neck now serves as a perfect acoustic receptor, infinitely magnifying every minute pulse of the earth. In the ultimate stillness, it hears the sound of flora growing, the faint rustling of fern roots as they stretch and slowly expand outward within the warm soil. It hears the moisture inside the earth whispering as it climbs upward against gravity along the plant's veins, nourishing each leaf. Even the delicate rhythm of ancient fungi weaving their underground networks, their mycelia touching, breaking, and fusing back together, clearly reaches its ears. This sound is not a chaotic noise, but an exceptionally soothing, rhythmically alive primeval lullaby flowing gently through its mind. Isosaurus experiences an unprecedented awe. It turns out that beneath the feet ignored by everyone, there beats such a tender and immense symphony of life. All the physical defects that caused it agony during the day have transformed in this moment into the most precise instruments for exploring this mysterious world. Precisely because its neck leans forward so strangely, it can press its ears close to the ground without any effort. Precisely because its bones are robust and short, its center of gravity is low enough to integrate into the Earth's embrace in the most perfect posture. It begins to understand that the creations of the universe are never absolutely flawed. Its body was shaped this way not to conquer the sky, but to soothe and listen to this silent earth. Throughout the long history of the Cretaceous period, Isosaurus silently repeated its nightly journeys, using a posture of humility to withstand the ferocity of its era. As the stars begin to fade gently in the western sky, the deepest and coldest hour before dawn silently arrives. This is the quietest moment of the entire night. Even the most industrious insects have ceased their chirping, and all of creation is settling down for the final time in preparation for the approaching dawn. Isosaurus slowly opens its eyes. Its gaze no longer carries the panic of the previous morning, but is filled instead with a tender, stoic understanding of its destiny. It slowly stands up, presses its head close to the patch of moss that accompanied it all night one last time, and gently exhales a breath of vapor, like a profound gesture of gratitude to this land. It knows that before long, that piercing sun will rise again, the daytime clamor, the exclusion by its peers, and the pressures of survival will arrive exactly as scheduled. But this time, there is no fear or despondency left in its heart, because the strength granted by the night has already been deeply etched into its stocky bones and forward-slanted vertebrae. No matter how frantic or obsessed with height and majesty the daytime world becomes, it knows that beneath its feet, a gentle world will always be waiting. It will carry this secret treasure, obtainable only by lowering one's head, to calmly face all the daytime storms, walking through its own unique and magnificent life like a dedicated practitioner. Its silhouette appears so blurred in the morning mist, yet so resolutely firm, as if it is an extension of the earth itself, eternal and at peace. When tens of millions of years slip away like sand through an hourglass, the clamor of the Cretaceous has long since transformed into cold rock deep within the strata. Those titanosaurs, once invincible and towering into the clouds, ultimately surrendered their bones, whether proud or clumsy, back to this earth, just as the Isis did. When modern scientists stand before the fossilized, strangely forward-slanted cervical vertebrae and stocky limbs of the Isis, releasing sighs of bewilderment in tedious laboratories, they will perhaps never know what a perfect night this body once possessed. It answers that ancient riddle regarding physical appearance and worth. When destiny does not grant you wings to gaze at the stars, perhaps it hopes you can caress and listen to this world well on its behalf. Now, the story of Isis has gently drawn to a close, but the serenity and reconciliation it left behind remain in this deep night, remaining right by your side. All your daytime anxieties, those comparisons and uneasiness regarding appearance, ability, or survival, can now be safely cast aside just like the Isis did, leaving them in the care of this dark night. There is no need to desperately prove anything, nor any need to force yourself to fit in. On this comfortable bed, you only need to yield to your body's instincts, lower your weary head, and feel the soft embrace of your blanket. The surrounding air seems to carry the primeval fragrance of forest soil and flora, a tender invitation to sleep sent directly from the earth. The hearth fires flicker gently, the final ember quietly guarding your peace, just as the moonlight once guarded that clumsy yet content dinosaur. Please slowly and securely close your eyes, letting your consciousness sink along with the rustling sounds of growing flora into the depths of this ancient dreamscape, a place free of anxiety, holding nothing but boundless embrace. Good night, and within the arms of this earth, may you have the most soothing, most tranquil dream. In the late Mesozoic era, an age that deified the immense, the fierce, and the proud, nearly all titanosaurs strove with every ounce of their might to make their bodies heavier and their necks longer. Yet, on that ancient land of South America surrounded by warm ocean currents, there evolved an exceptionally unique, almost nonconformist miniature giant. It possessed no towering stature, but beneath its skin was a densely embedded layer of stone-hard, bumpy osteoderm nodes. Tonight, by the gentle flicker of the hearth, let us immerse ourselves in this story, one you need not effort to remember, and step into the true lifetime of this ancient creature. Please try to let your shoulders sink slowly, relaxing your cervical spine and back which have been pulled taut all day, just as if we are stepping stride by stride onto that noise-free prehistoric beach. The friend we are about to speak of is named Nukensaurus, a small titanosaur that wrapped the gentlest soul in the world within the hardest exterior. During countless days filled with survival competition and territorial clashes, these hard bony nodes upon its body were often viewed as cold armor to fend off predators. Yet whenever night falls low and the clamorous world returns completely to silence, these misunderstood hard nodules, under the solace of warm tides, transform into nature's most wondrous, natural massage stones. It lies perfectly flat upon the fine white sand which has been baked by the fierce sun all day and still retains a deep, thick residual warmth, closing its eyes and allowing the waves to wash over its back gently and rhythmically. Now, the pace of the world has slowed down entirely. Please follow the steady, slow breathing of the Nukensaurus, casting off all tightness within your body piece by piece, and begin this ancient meditation on touch and healing. The Patagonia of the late Cretaceous was a land overflowing with extreme contrasts of power, its earth interwoven with the roaring of volcanoes and the trampling of violent behemoths. Within this jungle dominated by giants, the existence of Nukensaurus was itself a baffling riddle, for its body length was a mere few meters, looking like an ungrown child within a family where members easily reached tens of meters. However, it was precisely this small size that granted it a flexibility and extremely low cost of survival unattainable by its gargantuan peers when confronting brutal environmental crises such as droughts and volcanic eruptions. But as a price, it had to endure more direct and frequent fatal threats from terrestrial carnivorous dinosaurs, forcing it to maintain an exceptionally high state of mental alertness every single second of the daytime. To survive without the advantage of absolute height, its skin underwent a long and arduous evolution, swelling up into shields and nodules composed of hard calcium within the dermal layer. These bony cluster densely across its neck, back, and tail, making its body surface look like a rough bed of bumpy, ancient cobblestones. Baked by the harsh sun of the day, Nukensaurus always carried this heavy defense, searching painstakingly through the dry inland brush for low shrubs and ferns. The fierce sun baked the nodules on its back until they were hot and brittle, and its back muscles, kept in a state of prolonged defensive tension, accumulated dense knots of ache and stiffness under this weight. Whenever the footsteps of a large carnivorous dinosaur echoed from afar, it had to press its body flat against the ground, letting those hard bone clusters absorb every violent tremor traveling through the earth. That crushing weight of the era and the heaviness of its body left it profoundly exhausted during the day. Its muscles resisted and tightened, and its soul yearned for a touch of coolness and complete surrender. The long, scorching day finally drew down its curtain within that low-saturation shimmer of dark gold dusk on the horizon. The night spread soundlessly like a gentle tide, cleanly wiping away the parching heat and terror across the Patagonian wilderness, draping a secure nocturnal skin over all creation. Those violent predators of the day had also exhausted their energy by now, releasing heavy, slow snores within distant valleys, and the world finally recovered its rightful serenity in this very moment. Nukensaurus slowly opens its eyes. It chooses not to remain within that inland jungle where it was tightly strung all day. Instead, it walks with steady, slow strides toward the coastline. Its uncommonly stocky limb bones emit a rhythmic, exceptionally soft rustling sound as they step onto the loose sand, a physical touch carrying a distinct warmth. The cool night breeze blows head-on, washing away the residual volcanic ash from its skin, bringing the moisture and slight saltiness characteristic of the deep ocean core, granting its parched nostrils a boundless refreshment. As it draws closer to the shore, the texture of the sand becomes increasingly fine and loose, even carrying that thick, internal warmth left behind deep within the sand layers after being baked by the sun. Nukensaurus stops its steps slowly upon a pristine white beach as smooth as satin and far removed from the clamor. Those eyes, usually so guarded during the day, are now brimmed with the tenderness of the moonlight. It takes a deep breath, the cool air filling its lungs, before exhaling it drawn out and light, transforming into a faint wisp of white mist in the air. Within this late-night theater belonging entirely to itself, free from the chase of survival, it begins to try unlinking that yoke named hardness which it carried all day long. Yielding to the deepest instincts of its body, Nukensaurus begins to perform an exceptionally relaxing action upon this warm beach. It slowly curves its stocky forelimbs, pressing its abdomen snugly against the soft white sand, and immediately following, it fully flattens its hind limbs, letting its entire heavy bulk lie completely flat. The exact instant its back contacts the sand, those densely packed, bumpy osteoderm nodes sink deeply into the warm, elastic layers of sand. This body, pulled tight for years and nearly petrified by the pressures of its era and environment, is perfectly cradled in this moment by countless rounded sand grains holding the residual warmth of the volcano. The temperature of the sand is so flawlessly appropriate, it holds none of the stinging pain of the daytime sun, offering instead a steady, ceaseless sensation of a hot compress, much like a thick, heavy blanket. The warmth travels through the rough skin, beginning to seep inch by inch into the spaces between the Nukensaurus's osteoderms, starting to soothe those back muscles aching intensely from the prolonged tension of the day. Those hard nodules on its back, originally meant for defense, turn instead under the compression and support of the sand into precise pressure points, translating the gravity of the earth into an exceptionally relaxing, broad-area physical massage. Each bony node sinks down toward the depths of the sand, and every tight fiber of muscle dissolves strand by strand under the penetration of the heat. Nukensaurus slightly closes its eyes, releasing an incredibly faint sigh of contentment that instantly dissolves into the boundless night and empty coastline all around. You can try to do the exact same as it, imagining a wisp of warm, fine sand gently wrapping around your back, carrying away all the burdens and tightness accumulated across your shoulders and waist. While Nukensaurus is immersed within the warm cradle of the beach, the deep ocean afar begins to slowly pull open the night's tide under the summons of gravity. That is the oldest and gentlest physical therapy of nature, holding not a trace of haste, holding only a ceaseless cycle of relief. The first warm, low-contrast shallow wave, like an exceptionally soft wisp of azure gauze, slides unhurriedly across the beach, eventually washing over the stocky tail and the margins of the Nuconsaurus's back. The temperature of the sea water blends flawlessly with the residual heat of the beach. As it flows over those uneven osteoderms, the liquid stream produces countless minute, exceptionally tender physical eddies between the bone clusters. These eddies act like pairs of invisible, supple hands, tracing the grain of the skin to caress and knead those long stiffened nodules upon its back over and over. When the wave swells up, it brings a heavy yet intensely liberating physical thrust, pressing the nodes across its entire back into the depths of the sand with a gentler force. When the wave recedes, it carries away all the lingering heat and volcanic ash from the skin's surface. Washing up, retreating, washing up again, retreating again. This action repeats unceasingly over the Nuconsaurus's back with an almost eternal, hypnotic rhythm. It can clearly perceive that each brushing of the tide carries away a strand of stubborn ache from the core of its muscles, and that fine, warm water touch grants its nerves the most absolute cleansing. The bowstring-named defense within its body has completely softened by now. It is no longer an eccentric dinosaur hiding and dodging across the Cretaceous wilderness, overflowing with anxieties over appearance and survival. It has merged into one with this warm beach and this soothing tide, becoming an incredibly blissful life savoring the highest grace of nature in the deep night. As the tide continues to rise, the warm sea water eventually bathes the greater half of the Nuconsaurus's bulk with immense tenderness, leaving only its undulating, massage stone-like spine glistening with a moist sheen under the moonlight. By now, it has entered an intensely deep state of meditation, the sound of the wind across the world and the faint vibrations of the volcanoes turning into meaningless, ancient background sound by its ears. Inside its mind, the only thing existing with clarity is that ceaseless, fine friction of the water traveling from its skin, and that steady temperature deep within the earth resembling a mother's heartbeat. It begins to regulate its breathing, forcing that heavy respiration belonging to a giant beast to yield entirely to the rhythm of the waves lapping the shore. As the wave surges up to bathe the bone clusters, it inhales soothingly, letting the warm energy fill its chest. As the wave recedes to carry away the sand grains, it exhales serenely, releasing the final trace of fatigue from its core completely. Around its limbs, some tiny prehistoric fish and shrimp swimming in the night, perceiving the unaggressive kindness radiated by this living mountain pillar, actually gather close. They weave through its short toes and blow bubbles within the bumpy bone crevices of its skin surface, using minute sensations of touch to add the final strand of fluid poetry to this late-night physical massage. Nuconsaurus endures all of this silently, its inner heart overflowing with a deeply rich certainty. It no longer resents why it failed to grow into the grand proportions a titanosaur ought to have. For though height can touch the starry sky, it can never lie flat like this to embrace the warmth of the earth with its entire bulk, yielding its whole heart to receive the cleansing of a tide. The moonlight completely breaks its shadow within the warm ripples, like a prehistoric dream spanning 100 million years, quietly welcoming its ultimate fulfillment along this serene coast. 100 million years later, when modern expedition teams unearth the fossilized osteoderms bristling with hard nodules from the rock layers of Patagonia, long since weathered into dry red soil, the world often marvels only at the hardness of its armor. Yet, those cold stones and those uneven textures are actually a physical instruction manual on how to grant the body absolute relaxation, perfectly sealed away by time. That small giant dragon lying flat and loose upon the warm beach, allowing the tide to wash over its back muscles, used its unique skeletal build to answer that eternal riddle of life's hardness and gentleness. Some armor is born not to stab at the world, but merely to better bear the deep affection of the earth in the vacant deep night. Now, the story of Nuconsaurus has also slowly walked to its curtain call, and the white sand it once lay upon, along with the warm tide it once felt, have all transformed into the safest, most comfortable sleep sanctuary around you. You no longer need to keep your shoulders and back tense over the rush of the day, nor do you need to keep your nerves hyperexcited over problems that cannot be solved. On this warm bed, please try, just like it did, to fully flatten your limbs. Your bed is that ancient beach baked hot by the fierce sun, still retaining a dense warmth, and your blanket is that exceptionally gentle, warm, and inclusive nocturnal tide, washing over your body over and over to carry away all the load within your muscles. The hearth fires flicker gently, the final trace of mild ember flowing silently in the corner of the room like a whisper of a soft carrying the earth's warmth. Please slowly and securely close your eyes, letting your consciousness sink along with those echoes of the prehistoric tide, surging and retreating, loosening and tightening, down into the depths of this sleep extremity free of noise, holding nothing but boundless embrace. Under the watch of the Nukensaurus's natural massage stones, may you shed all defenses of your body and sink into the deepest, sweetest dreamland. Good night, and may you have a beautiful dream of warm white sand, of soft tides, and of a body completely set free. In that dinosaur era ruled by sharp teeth, savage claws, and deafening roars, all the laws of survival seemed to pursue ultimate ferocity and madness. Yet, in the early Cretaceous period, upon that ancient land of Liaoning covered by temperate forests, there evolved an exceptionally unique, almost comical form of life. Its body was merely the size of a goose, covered in soft feathers, and what made it completely unforgettable was that within its tiny mouth grew a pair of forward-jutting, large, flat incisors, looking exactly like those of a modern rabbit. Tonight, by the gentle flicker of the hearth, let us immerse ourselves in this story, one you need not effort to remember, and step into the true lifetime of this ancient creature. Please try to slow your breathing, shedding all the tightly strung thoughts and external judgments of the day onto the earth like fallen leaves. The prehistoric traveler we are about to meet is named Incisivosaurus, a refined soul troubled deeply by its peculiar appearance and cast aside during the day. In a world under the blazing midday sun, its comical, giant incisors made it an anomaly in the eyes of its peers, leaving it looking profoundly helpless and uneasy when facing predators. Yet within the script of destiny, all defects and oddities conceal a tender blessing of the night, waiting to unfold only at a specific hour. When the ferocity of the day completely exits the stage and a boundless night drapes a protective veil over the forest, Incisivosaurus silently approaches its most familiar tree hollow. No longer in a frantic rush to gnaw on coarse shrubs, it uses its large front teeth to rhythmically and softly scrape the hard shell of a nut, weaving an exceptionally relaxing lullaby of white noise within this noise-free primeval midnight. The jungle of the early Cretaceous was a brutal world that deified raw strength and majesty, its air constantly thick with the icy breath of predators. Moving beneath the feet of those immense theropod dinosaurs, the silhouette of Incisivosaurus appeared entirely minuscule, almost completely out of place. Its forelimbs were short, its hind limbs long and slender. Though it ran with sufficient agility, it usually had no choice but to shelter within low fern thickets under the scorching daytime sun. What brought it the deepest unease and self-consciousness was that pair of giant incisors that could never be fully tucked behind its lips. Whenever it tried to look majestic before its peers, these teeth always turned its expression into something comical. During the day, this was a power-driven society that worshipped efficiency and plunder, where massive dinosaurs slashed and tore at one another for food, churning up clouds of dust and the scent of blood. Due to its unique dental structure, Incisivosaurus could only subsist on tender plant shoots, tough roots, and nuts scattered across the ground, an endeavor that drained a massive amount of its time and energy. Its nerves were forever tightly strung by the terror of survival. Every time it searched for nuts beneath giant trees, it had to constantly watch for pterosaurs that might dive from overhead at any second, or greedy eyes lighting up behind tree trunks. The ruthless sun beat down upon it, baking its dense feathers hot and dry, while its jaw muscles, kept in prolonged defensive tension, accumulated a dense ache and petrification over long hours of chewing. Whenever the grass rustled, it had to instantly abort its feeding, fleeing frantically with a weary, tight body. That intense compression from the era left it profoundly despondent and solitary during the day. It could not understand why it had not been granted sharp canines to make enemies recoil, instead bearing such a comical frame, consuming its fragile, anxious life within endless defense and chasing. The long, scorching day would eventually sink toward the west. As that red sun which brought endless clamor to the land finally vanished into the undulating ridges, the primeval jungle welcomed its gentlest liberation. The darkness swirled slowly through the air like calm ink, smoothly painting over all the ferocity, conflict, and boundaries of strength with an equalizing protective color. Those flesh-eating tyrants who were all-powerful during the day, having exhausted immense physical energy, now had no choice but to submissively lay their massive bulks upon the earth, releasing slow, deep snores. In this very moment, the entire ancient Liaoning forest recovered the ultimate serenity belonging to the night. Incisivosaurus walked slowly out from the Cyathea fern thickets where it had hidden for an entire day, taking exceptionally light, slow steps. Free from those critical and scrutinizing eyes, it felt an unprecedented sense of liberty. The cool night breeze blew head-on, tenderly brushing its slightly ruffled feathers, carrying away all the lingering restlessness and parching heat of the day. It strolled along the soft ground carpeted with moss and fallen leaves, each step accompanied by a minute, rustling physical sensation, a feeling of safety born from yielding its center of gravity completely to the earth. The moonlight filtered through the canopy of ancient trees, scattering dappled silver over its dark, finely textured feathers, making its diminutive outline look extraordinarily mild and serene in the dark. Within this late night devoid of competition and danger, those eyes, usually wide with terror, finally squinted slightly, filled with trust for this world. Walking unhurriedly, like a solitary late-night practitioner, it began to cast off all its appearance-related anxieties upon this stage belonging to itself. Incisivosaurus finally paused beside the hollow base of a massive, ancient ginkgo tree, the safest midnight harbor it had meticulously chosen for itself. The interior of the hollow radiated a faint scent of pine resin characteristic of dry wood, and stacked all around were prehistoric ginkgo nuts it had carefully collected piece by piece at dusk. These nuts possessed exceptionally hard, rounded shells dusted with cool night dew, shimmering with a soft, warm amber glow under the moon. Using its short forelimbs, it gently cradled a heavy nut, leaning submissively against the inner wall of the hollow, which had been weathered as smooth as satin. It slowly pressed its large front teeth, deemed a comical defect during the day, lightly against the hard grain of the nutshell, but this time, its jaw held none of its daytime haste or force. Within the ultimate serenity, it began to slide its incisors gently and tenderly across the surface of the shell with an almost mechanical, exceptionally slow, and highly regular rhythm. She-11, soa-soa. She-11, soa-soa. An exceptionally unique, profoundly pure scraping sound began to echo softly inside the quiet tree hollow. The sound was so small, so light, perfectly resonated and filtered by the inner wooden walls until it transformed into a low-frequency, unadulterated primeval white noise. The little dinosaur seemed to enter a wondrous state of self-forgetting. The pressure of each stroke and the duration of each pause seemed meticulously calculated, perfectly identical from one to the next. In this moment, those large front teeth were no longer tools for basic survival chewing. They had transformed into the most refined instrument capable of synchronizing with the night, echoing an unceasing peace through the air. This soft, rustling sound produced by the incisors of the Incisivosaurus displayed an unbelievable power to soothe tight nerves within this noise-free primeval night. It acted like an exceptionally tender thread, weaving the sighs of the night wind, the settling of the soil, and the flow of distant streams into a single, regular rhythm. Around the tree hollow, many small reptiles and mammals that had spent the day running frantically with taut nerves began to gather one after another, drawn by this sound possessed of an intense hypnotic instinct. They released no uneasy cries, instead curling down submissively within the leaf litter outside the hollow, folding their bodies into the most comfortable postures, closing their eyes within the embrace of the sound. She-11, soa-soa. The sound resembled the gentlest autumn drizzle, dense yet incredibly light, washing over every leaf and over the tightly strung minds of all creation after a long day. Incisivosaurus could clearly perceive the nesting close and trust of the lives around it. This wonderful tension of relationship filled its heart with a deeply rich sense of contentment. It no longer envied its grand, regal peers, for though those behemoths possessed the power to strike awe into the day, they could never use such minute, exquisite sounds to soothe the anxiety of the entire forest at midnight. Its giant incisors, which had once caused it absolute agony, had transformed in this hour into the grandest, unknown healing grace upon this prehistoric wilderness. Its heart rate began to slow down beautifully along with the regular grinding of the shell, and with each passing breath, the air became thick with a faint plant sweetness released as the nutshell split. This pure, perfect intertwining of physical touch and sound allowed every nerve fiber to loosen completely under the penetration of warmth, drawing it to the margins of dreamland. The curtain of night had now pulled to the deepest, most sheltered hours of the late night, and the Star River sky gleamed like a flowing ribbon of pure silver silk. After thousands, tens of thousands of regular and tender strokes, the hard nutshell in the hands of the Incisivosaurus finally cracked open a refined split with an exceptionally faint click. A rich fragrance, blending ancient oily aromas with the coolness of the moonlight, instantly escaped from the crevice, drifting and diffusing through the dry air of the tree hollow. That scent felt like the ultimate reward for hours of acoustic meditation, causing the Incisivosaurus's eyelids, already intensely heavy, to lose all power to resist. Its movements grew slower and slower, and between the regular rustling sounds appeared longer, comforting pauses full of solace. She 11, Soa Soa. Each pause synchronized perfectly with its mountain steady, exceptionally slow and light respiratory rhythm. Its large rabbit incisors ultimately came to a quiet rest against the margin of the shell, and that little head, which had carried all the fatigue and loneliness of the day, leaned tenderly against the nut-filled bottom of the hollow due to the absolute release of its muscles. All around it, the creatures of the forest had fallen into the deepest, sweetest slumber, stripped of daytime exclusion, terror, and strife. Using its eccentric, clumsy body upon this ancient land, Incisivosaurus completed its grandest protection of this night in the most restrained manner. The moonlight shone quietly upon the entrance of the tree hollow, merging its shadow completely with the outlines of the nuts, like a beautiful prehistoric dream spanning 100 million years, welcoming its final settling amidst ultimate serenity. 100 million years later, when modern fossil enthusiasts excavate the small, peculiar skull fossil of the Incisivosaurus from the thick, light gray shale of the G-hole biota, the world usually only releases a curious gasp at those rabbit-like front teeth. Yet, those uneven dental facets and exquisite wear marks, perfectly sealed away by the rock, are actually an unadulterated, ancient sound manuscript of nature's ASMR. That small dinosaur that sat alone by a tree hollow at midnight, using the regular grinding of a shell to soothe an entire forest, used its misunderstood body to answer that eternal riddle of defect and existence. Some anomalies are born not to cater to the aesthetics of the day, but merely to leave a stroke of the purest peace for the world in the unknown deep night. Now, the story of Incisivosaurus has slowly walked to its closing end, and that regular, soothing rustling sound it once produced has now transformed into the safest, most comfortable sleep sanctuary around you. You no longer need to feel anxious over the imperfections of the day, nor do you need to force yourself to grow sharp canines just to fit in. Upon this warm bed, please confidently lower your weary head. Your bed is that ancient tree hollow radiating the scent of pine resin, exceptionally secure, and your blanket is that gentle moonbeam full of inclusion, wrapping you snugly and taking away all mental burdens. The hearth fires flicker gently, the final mild ember flowing silently in the corner of the room like a whisper of a soft carrying a plant-like sweetness. Please slowly and securely close your eyes, letting your consciousness sink along with those echoes of the prehistoric shell grinding, loosening and tightening, flowing regularly, down into the depths of this sleep extremity free of noise, holding nothing but boundless embrace. Under the tender watch of the Incisivosaurus's rabbit teeth, may you shed all tightness of your body and sink into the deepest, sweetest dreamland. Good night, and may you have a beautiful dream of ancient tree hollows, of regular white noise, and of a complete reconciliation of the soul. In the Mesozoic era, when the earth was trampled by fierce behemoths and the skies screeched with pterosaurs, there existed a peculiar form of life. It turned its back on the sun-drenched shallow seas and resolutely descended into the deep abyss, thousands of meters down, where even sound is swallowed whole. Its life was destined to be spent in ultimate darkness and eternal solitude. Yet, nature bestowed upon it a pair of tennis ball-sized eyes, a rarity in the entire history of life, making it the lone sentinel of the shadowy world. Tonight, by the gentle flicker of the hearth, let us immerse ourselves in this story, one you need not effort to remember, and step into the true lifetime of the Ophthalmosaurus. Try to slow your breathing, letting it match the cold, gentle tide as it creeps over your ankles, washing away all the anxieties and restlessness of the day. The tale we are about to tell is not a brutal story of predation and survival, but an ancient dream of seeking tranquility and gazing tenderly through the deepest dark. To paleontology's cold records, the name Ophthalmosaurus might just be a symbol filled with skeletal measurements. But within that dark blue deep sea of the Mesozoic, it was a solitary prowler, recording the silent history of the abyss with its beautiful, massive eyes. Now, the clamor of the world has receded, all things on land have fallen still, and our consciousness will slowly descend into the mysterious deep ocean alongside this gentle creature. To comprehend the solitude of the Ophthalmosaurus, we must first depart from the surface world where sunlight can pierce, and turn our gaze toward the extreme depths 500, 1,000, or even more meters beneath the waves. In that distant epoch known as the Jurassic, the surface ocean was a savage battlefield of survival, where countless massive marine reptiles clashed in the waves, churning up blood-red foam. Yet, the Ophthalmosaurus seemed weary of this ceaseless strife. Its anatomy underwent a long, resolute evolution, driven solely by the desire to flee the sunlight and dive deeper. Its body was streamlined like a flawless, hydrodynamic droplet, its limbs reduced to supple flippers that could sway in the water without creating a single ripple. Most astonishing of all were its eyes, which occupied nearly the entire skull, an extraordinary organ forced to evolve for survival in twilight or complete darkness. Encased around each eyeball was a sclerotic ring made of several delicate bones, acting like a refined suit of armor to protect the fragile organs from the crushing pressure of the deep sea. As the Ophthalmosaurus began its descent into the depths at dusk, the water shifted from bright azure to heavy indigo, eventually dissolving into a boundless pitch black. The din of the shallow waters and the competition of its peers faded away. When the last sliver of sunlight was severed by miles of water, the world finally became silent. In this realm devoid of wind and wave noise, the Ophthalmosaurus gently opened its tender, giant eyes, and began to weave its own destiny in the dark. At the threshold of the abyssal zone, the darkness is not a dead silence, but a fluid poetry tinged with faint bioluminescence. The Ophthalmosaurus's tennis ball-sized eyes possessed a light-gathering power beyond human imagination, capable of capturing the faintest quantum transitions in the dark. In its sight, the deep-sea specialized glowing jellyfish and ancient squids shimmering with ghostly green light became like stars scattered across the night sky, painting the quiet abyss into a dreamlike cosmos. It navigated through these drifting lights, its massive body weightless in the absence of gravitational pull, floating slowly with every movement as if drifting through outer space. Sometimes, it would hover suspended at a certain depth, cradled by the cold, gentle currents, its large eyes, devoid of a focused pupils yet radiating a soft tenderness, gazing blankly at the distant glimmers. Here, time seemed to lose all meaning. There was no cycle of sunrise and sunset, only the endless brushing of currents and the steady, slow thumping of its own heart. It had no need to remain hypervigilant like the dinosaurs on land, nor did it need to roar in anger over territory. The deep ocean embraced this lonely creature with its infinite tolerance. With every passing breath, the water pressure kissed its smooth skin, offering a heavy yet comforting sense of security, much like a thick blanket on a winter night. The Ophthalmosaurus was like a solitary traveler taking a late-night stroll, unhurried and unbothered, savoring the ultimate serenity of a world without noise. However, every choice carries a price. The Ophthalmosaurus's infatuation with silence and darkness meant it had to endure the ultimate loneliness of life. As a reptile that returned to the ocean from the land, its biology still retained the ancient traits of live birth, yet it chose the coldest, most desolate edge of the abyss as its nursery and sanctuary. In the vast, featureless deep sea, the meeting of two Ophthalmosauruses often required hundreds of days of waiting and the serendipitous alignment of ocean currents. They possessed no complex language to broadcast notes of longing through the dark. Their only reliance was a familiar, massive shadow occasionally flickering at the edge of their vision. When two Ophthalmosauruses crossed paths in the faint blue glow, they did not entwine fiercely like shallow water creatures. Instead, they would swim side by side for a long distance, their massive eyes reflecting each other's form. That companionship was intensely restrained, no sound, no touch, only the quiet understanding and warmth of confronting the boundless darkness together in the icy water. When this fleeting bond reached its end, as one turned upward to chase plankton and the other dove into a deeper canyon, they would slowly part ways. There were no sorrowful goodbyes, no frantic glances backward. They merely flicked their tail fins, slipped back into their respective black worlds, and wrapped themselves in solitude once more. This sense of destiny repeated throughout the Ophthalmosaurus's lifetime, causing its gaze to grow gentler and more profound over the long years. As the pendulum of life swung toward its end, the Ophthalmosaurus would welcome its curtain call in the most ritualistic manner. The giant eyes that had spent a lifetime watching the deep-sea glimmers began to dim, and the sensitive photoreceptor cells upon its retina went out one by one, like dying stars in the night sky. It knew it could no longer precisely track the paths of glowing squids, nor maintain its perfect equilibrium against the surging currents, but it felt no fear. In its final moments, the Ophthalmosaurus made a final choice. It stopped fighting to flap its flippers toward the surface for air, and completely relaxed its body. Its immense, warm form, which had carved countless elegant arcs in the deep ocean, began to sink under the pull of gravity at an incredibly slow pace, drifting toward the absolute bottom of the abyss where not even a glimmer exists. It was a long and peaceful descent that could take days or even weeks. As it sank, it seemed to be whispering a final farewell to the ocean that had nurtured it for a lifetime. Water currents passed through its hollow yet still gentle eye sockets, carrying away the last traces of life's warmth, while its soul seemed to have long dissolved into the surrounding blue void. The world above was still experiencing the destruction and rebirth of the dinosaur era. Comets might be ripping through the sky, volcanoes might be spewing fire, but none of this mattered to the descending soul anymore. With an almost eternal grace, the Ophthalmosaurus settled into the soft silt of the seafloor, becoming the most ancient and tender whale fall of the deep, sustaining smaller lives in the darkness. 100 million years later, when we excavate the massive fossilized sclerotic ring of the Ophthalmosaurus from the cold rock layers, we can still feel that tranquil power piercing through time. Those tennis ball-sized eyes, though long transformed into cold, lifeless stone, have left the deep sea they once beheld and the solitude they once embraced embedded in the deepest memory of the earth. It answers the riddle of why some life forms walk into the dark. Some creatures come into this world not to conquer, nor to shine, but merely to exist tenderly in a place unknown to anyone. Now, the story of the Ophthalmosaurus has come to a close, and that dark blue ocean from 100 million years ago has transformed into the safest, most comfortable sleep sanctuary around you. Free from the clamor of the day and the clutter of work, you are just like that Ophthalmosaurus gliding through the abyssal depths, possessing a pair of gentle eyes that can ignore the darkness and see only beauty. The air around you grows lighter, your blanket feels like a gentle current, wrapping you snugly yet softly, bringing you ultimate peace. The sparks in the hearth have burned out, leaving only a faint, residual warmth guarding this night, like the most distant, healing bioluminescence in the deep sea. Please close your eyes with peace of mind, and let your consciousness drift into the depths of this ancient dreamscape, where there is no noise, only boundless serenity. May you shed all your weariness under the watch of the Ophthalmosaurus's gentle gaze, and fall into the deepest, sweetest sleep. Good night, and may you have a beautiful dream of the deep sea, of silence, and of tenderness. In that distant era, long before the earth was disturbed by the clamor of humanity, there lived a creature that interpreted the weight of existence in the most extreme way. It was not a pterosaur drifting lightly through the sky, nor a predator darting nimbly through the jungle, but a titan that rooted its feet deep into the soil. Science has left it with a somewhat clumsy name, Barapasaurus. Tonight, let us sit by the flickering hearth and, with this story you need not strive to remember, wander into its true life. Its existence was, in itself, an ancient paradox of gravity and relaxation. Possessing the thickest, heaviest feet in the entire dinosaur kingdom, it was nonetheless gentle by nature, spending its life avoiding any unnecessary conflict or vibration. The world always assumes that immensity means oppression and danger, little knowing that within that 30-ton body was wrapped the deepest tenderness for this world. Every step it took was like a deep breath from the earth, steady, slow, carrying a sense of stability that invited unconditional trust. As night fell and starlight scattered like gold dust over the swamps and forests of the early Jurassic, this giant beast began its most soothing ritual of the day. Without needing to fight gravity or escape it, it simply yielded to nature's design, preparing to rest this heavy life in the softest of sanctuaries. The story begins with the first glimmer of dawn, the starting point where the Barapasaurus sought balance amidst the day's pressures. In that age known as the early Jurassic, upon the ancient lands of the Indian subcontinent, the vegetation was dense enough to stifle. Emerging from a long semi-slumber, the Barapasaurus raised its small head, its long cervical vertebrae tracing an agonizingly slow arc through the air. What it felt first was not hunger, nor the scent of surrounding predators, but the gravitational pull of the earth beneath its feet. Those four limbs, as thick as the stone pillars of an ancient temple, supported its incomparable weight, each joint bearing the heaviness of life. It had no razor-sharp teeth like a Tyrannosaurus, nor a majestic frill like a Triceratops. All it had was the most unreserved contact between its soles and the earth. It began to step forward, a slow motion that might even seem comical to an onlooker. First, it slowly lifted its front left limb, the muscles tightening and relaxing rhythmically beneath the coarse skin, followed by a long suspension in the air, before finally settling onto the fallen leaves and soil. There was no earth-shattering boom, only the crackle of leaves crushing under immense pressure, a rustling whisper like a perfectly rhythmic white noise. This gait was a wisdom forged over millions of years of evolution. By walking slowly enough, the body's center of mass could find its safest alignment within the heavy bulk. The midday sun pierced through the impenetrable coniferous forest, bringing scorching temperatures that made every step of the Baroposaurus even more deliberate. It was one of the world's most absolute herbivores. Those towering cycads and giant ferns were its sole reliance. To sustain the operations of its massive frame, it needed to feed constantly, yet this process of consumption held not a shred of haste. With teeth that were far from sharp, it gently stripped tree bark and tore away thick leaves, its massive throat making a dull, gurgling sound as it swallowed. The surrounding jungle was not always peaceful. Occasionally, swift, small predators would scurry past its massive feet, stirring a breeze of panic. Yet the Baroposaurus merely stood still, like a brown hill overgrown with moss, coolly observing all the anxiety of the world around it. Those creatures that bustled, bit, and screamed for survival were, in the vast dimension of its long life, nothing more than fleeting ripples. Its small brain seemed incapable of holding too much fear or calculation, only a pure perception of fullness and tranquility in the present moment. The blazing sun baked the thick skin of its back as it began to journey toward a water source, for only within a warm marsh could its body weight find a temporary physical salvation. It was so tired, a fatigue born not from running, but from confronting the Earth's gravity, day after day, year after year, in the quietest defiance. As the setting sun painted the ancient horizon in a rich orange-red, the Baroposaurus finally arrived at the serene river of its dreams. Under the fading glow, the river rippled with a gentle light, resembling a vast, primordial mirror that had not yet solidified. Slowly, it immersed its thick legs into the warm water, and in that instant, the buoyancy of the current began to lift its heavy abdomen and limbs. You could hear the water lapping gently against its immense body, a soft reward from nature as gravity was partially surrendered. It closed its eyes, letting the current wash away the dried mud and parasitic insects from its soles, as every cell in its body began to broadcast signals of release. In that dog-eat-dog era, water sources often meant danger and ambush, but at this moment, no living soul dared disturb a Baroposaurus enjoying its peace. Its sheer mass became its most impenetrable shield, granting it the right to maintain absolute elegance and composure even as darkness approached. It stood motionless in the water for a very long time, until the last streak of twilight was swallowed by the ink-blue night sky, and the first star quietly lit up overhead. It knew that the day's journey was over, and the time belonged to it. The moment to completely return all its weight to the earth had finally arrived. The Baroposaurus slowly stepped ashore, water droplets cascading from its rough skin, stamping small, damp prints upon the dry grass. The night wind began to cool, dispelling the heat of the day, leaving the air rich with the fragrance of earth, pine resin, and damp ferns. It began to search for its sanctuary for the night, a space that had to be open enough and soft enough to embrace the entirety of its weight. Its gaze fell upon a carpet of ferns, woven from countless fallen ancient trees and thick moss, shimmering with a faint green luster under the moonlight. It did not lie down immediately. Instead, with agonizingly slow steps, it circled the spot a few times, using its massive feet to gently test the ground's softness. With each step, the earth gave way into a deep depression, before bouncing back slowly against the plant's elasticity, producing a comforting, muffled thud. This immensely patient search and trial was its indispensable pre-sleep ritual, its unique way of soothing its nerves. The surrounding forest fell completely silent, save for the occasional cry of an unknown insect in the distance. There was only its own breath, steady and long, like a bellows. Now, the preparations were complete. It halted, standing firmly in the center of this perfect mattress, as all its muscles began their final adjustments. This was the most breathtaking yet tender moment of the entire Jurassic night. The Baroposaurus was preparing to let go of all its gravity. First, it slowly bent the joints of its forelimbs. Those legs that seemed to prop up the heavens began lowering their height inch by inch, sending its center of gravity into a steep tilt. You could hear the dull friction of bones and joints within its body, not a groan of pain, but the unbuckling of bones after a long day of labor. As the forelimbs knelt, its massive chest was the first to touch that thick, cool, and soft layer of ferns. Next came the hind limbs, those two pillars, the heaviest in the entire dinosaur kingdom, completely lost their tension at this moment, sliding submissively to either side of its body. With a low rumble, that 30-ton colossal frame, in an attitude almost like prayer, flattened itself completely into the embrace of the earth. It was not a fall, but an internal, unreserved surrender, as if it had always been a part of this earth and was now simply returning home. The earth trembled slightly, followed by an endless silence, as all the vegetation wrapped tightly around its underbelly and limbs under the great pressure. The sensation of being fully enveloped by soil and plants insulated it from all the cold and unease of the outside world, bringing an unparalleled sense of safety. Its long neck finally went limp, slumping onto the grass like an exhausted serpent, quietly enjoying the cradling support of Mother Earth. Now, the Barapasaurus had fully dissolved into the night. It was no longer a traveler defying gravity, but had become a hill upon the landscape. The moonlight poured unreservedly across its immense gray back, which rose and fell rhythmically with its breathing, like a silver blanket. Tonight, we witnessed how it used the heaviest of feet to walk out the lightest rhythm of life, and we saw how 30 tons of weight could dissolve into nothingness in an instant. Its story held no grand wars, no heart-stopping escapes, only an acquiescence to gravity and an honest acceptance of fatigue. If you are lying in a warm bed right now, you might try to do as it did, surrender all your body's weight to the mattress beneath you. Imagine your limbs becoming as heavy and solid as the feet of the Barapasaurus, and then, in a single moment, let that heaviness go completely. Allow the mattress to cradle you deeply, let the silence of the night submerge you like a rising tide, and feel that ultimate weightlessness and emptiness after gravity vanishes. The ancient wind has blown across millions of years, carrying away all the noise, leaving only this dreamscape filled with peace. The Barapasaurus closed its massive eyelids, its breathing growing slower and deeper. Sleep now, in this night guarded by an ancient titan, peacefully, deeply, sleep.